To roll. The May 4th, 2016 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note, customers of CenturyLink, you may view the program in high definition on Channel 1002, and some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this on digital channel 69.9. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.lasvegasnevada.gov. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2, the web, the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also Friday 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., following Monday at 4:30 p.m. The building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarm should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chamber out to the mezzanine, proceed out the double doors to the terrace, down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner from City Hall, Lewis and First Street. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone's present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, as I said before, please see our city clerk. If you parked in the parking garage and did not have your ticket validated, please do so with the security as you exit our chambers. And before we proceed with our agenda, I see former Councilman Mr. Steinman is here with us, and our invocation this morning is going to be given by Reverend David Dendy, Mountain View Presbyterian Church. And so if you will remain standing, though, for our pledge thereafter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council members. It's a pleasure to be here. I've lived in Las Vegas for 13 months and 4 days, and I can say I love living in the city of Las Vegas. So thank you for having me here this day. Let us pray. Gracious God, we gather here in your presence, thankful for the gift of your grace, providence, care, and eternal love. We are honored to lead and serve the great people of the brightest light in the Southwest, the city of Las Vegas. Watch over the City Council as they discuss, deliberate, and make decisions that affect the wealthy and those withering under financial stress, the entitled and the disenfranchised, the well-to-do and the barely hanging on, the home dwellers and the homeless, the renters and the buyers, the well-fed and the malnourished, the healthy and the mentally ill, the self-determining and the addicted, the ones dedicated to serve and protect and the ones ready to destroy, the ones who teach and those who turn a deaf ear to wisdom, the gamers and gamblers and the tourists who enjoy the privilege of what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. For the simple and the complex, gracious God, for the joy of serving, bestow upon these, your servants, the courage to fulfill the duties the people have elected them to fulfill, and the will to persevere through the hard work necessary to make the city of Las Vegas the city you have called us to be and become. In your most holy name we pray, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now we'll proceed with the ceremonial portion of the agenda. Okay, we've got us all together. I know, and we always tell everybody no food or drink in council chambers. So you notice two council persons walking along with empty glasses, I'm sure. Okay. Okay. So for our first item today in the ceremonial portion, we have Councilman Stavros Anthony. Ooh, wonder what you're doing.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning. That was terrible. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. All right. Well, welcome to City Hall. It is my honor, just to give you a little background, every month each of us is honored to recognize someone in our community in the city of Las Vegas who has done something special. And today I get to honor a gentleman as Citizen of the Month for May of 2016, and that gentleman is John Sloan. Please come down here, John Sloan. Now you know why he's Citizen of the Month. I probably don't need to have to say anything after that. So let me tell you why John is such an important person here. In 2013, someone by the name of John Sloan called my office, and he said he wanted to meet with me about something, and I didn't know what he wanted to meet with me about, but if somebody calls me up and they want to personally meet with me, I do the best I can to do that. So John came to my office, and he said, I want to talk to you about pickleball. And most of you had the same reaction I did. What the heck is pickleball? I never heard of pickleball. And he proceeded to explain what pickleball is all about, and I'm going to let him do that. But he basically told me this is one of the fastest growing sports in the United States. And in the city of Las Vegas, there are a lot of folks that want to play pickleball, but there's really no place to play. The pickleball courts are either in private communities or they're sketched out inside of a gym, and then they're ripped up for the basketball to play. And he said, I would like to open up a public facility to play pickleball that anybody can use in one of our parks. And I happen to be over at Police Memorial Park, which is in my ward. And there's a roller skating rink there that nobody uses, and can we talk about refurbishing that into an official public pickleball facility? So I said, I don't know, let's take a look at it. So I got some of our city folks together, specifically Mary Killian and Dean Matson, as well as some people from Public Works and people that build pickleball courts. And I said, I'd really like you to take a look at this. And lo and behold, we opened up the first pickleball court for public use in not only Ward 4, but the city of Las Vegas, but the entire state of Nevada at Police Memorial Park in July of 2013. And John began teaching free clinics there. And we had all ages showing up at the pickleball court, from seniors to kids to families, and it was being used in the morning. We had to put lights up because people wanted to play at night, and it was being used gangbusters. People were coming out to use that facility. And then sometime later, John calls up and says, I want to meet with you. And he came down to my office and said, this is such a success that I happen to be over at Durango Hills, Y, and there's a skate roller derby park over there that nobody's using. Can we make that into a pickleball court? And I got our city folks together, and they're absolutely awesome. And they said, we can do this. And in December of 2013, we opened the second public pickleball course in the state of Nevada, in the city of Las Vegas, and in Ward 4. And this, again, was gangbusters. And I want to show you some pictures. If you could take a look at the screen, just some pictures of these pickleball courts. There's a couple of folks playing pickleball. If you go to the next one, there's some little kids playing pickleball. They love playing this sport. There's 4 people playing on the same court. This is a social event. People just love getting together and socializing and having a great time playing pickleball. These guys are really serious here. Again, this is 4 courts, and they're all being used all day long. Very popular with the ladies.
Everybody's got braces on their knees.
Families are getting together and coming out and spending an hour together playing pickleball. They sent me like 400 pictures, and I figured I wasn't going to show all 400, but I picked out a couple of them. So I think those are all the pictures. So John called me a couple of months ago, said, Councilman Anthony, I need to come up to your office and talk to you. Says, I have a vision. I believe that we can make the city of Las Vegas the pickleball tournament location in the entire country, where you have to kind of look at this as the Las Vegas Mayor's Cup for soccer. It started 15 years ago at Betty Wilson Park in Ward 4 with a couple of soccer teams, and today there are 500 teams from all over the world that come twice a year to the city of Las Vegas that pump $15 million into our economy. And that's what John wants to do at Durango Hills Y with a national tournament pickleball facility that is going to be the top in the country, that is going to attract the best pickleball players to play our best pickleball players in the city of Las Vegas. So, absolutely. So if, again, go to the photo, we have the first photo is our current pickleball courts. It's a rendition. That's what they look like currently. We are now in the planning stages, and we have the funding to go to phase 2, which will be completed in 2 years, where we're going to go to we're going to go to 5 courts are going to be added. So that will be phase 2. That is going to happen, and as soon as we get the funding, we're going to go to phase 3, which will be 14 courts. We'll have seating. We'll have our center court. And who knows what's going to happen after that. But this is going to be, I believe, the finest pickleball tournament facility in the country. And it is all because of John Sloan. And there are some other things I just want to briefly say about John, but I'm going to let a good friend of mine from the Greek church come down, Tim Mayland, and he wants to say a couple of words about some of the things that I don't even know John does.
Congratulations. This guy deserves it, man. He is the creator of this. I'm the secretary of the Siena Pickleball Club, and John is the one that created it, fought for it, negotiated time on tennis courts, etc. But I just want you to know that he does more than that. He's the USAPA ambassador in Las Vegas. He gets calls constantly from people that are visiting. Where do I play? How can I play? And he directs them to the Durango Hills often, and other places are now becoming popular. We've got Darling Center going to host a league soon. We've got Bally's hosting a tournament. We've got the Plaza reconstructing pickleball courts, all thanks to John Sloan and his efforts. We've got a middle school program right now that's being created with his impetus. If it were not for John, this would not be getting done, believe me. He is teaching, we're holding clinics for PE teachers in Clark County School District, trying to make sure that the program is covered in the middle school program, also club after hours, etc. He's volunteering all this time. He's not making a dime off of any of this. He avoids any way of compensating himself as a representative of paddle companies or trying to make money on tournaments. He's the most unselfish man I've ever met. Congratulations.
Wow. Thank you. Thanks, Tim. You know, but just important, this is really not all about pickleball. What this is really about is John has set up a really something in the city of Las Vegas where there are hundreds and hundreds of people that are outside, that are exercising, that are getting vitamin D from the sun, that are commiserating, that are socializing, that are getting exercise. And if it wasn't for John, these facilities would not be available for people to do this. So that's why I'm honored to recognize you today as the Citizen of the Month in the city of Las Vegas, and it's signed by Mayor Carolyn Goodman and the entire city council. Congratulations. And over here, we're going to have a sign that has your name on it that is someplace outside in front of City Hall that you can come out and take pictures of, and everybody can take a picture of it. And I want to thank the entire pickleball community for coming out this morning. That is absolutely awesome. So if you could, I've heard the mayor and a couple people say, well, what the heck did the word pickleball come from? What's that name? So if you could explain the sport a little bit. I know you have some of your family here and anybody else you'd like to introduce.
Sure. Thank you very much, Councilman. Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Councilwoman, other councilmen, and Mayor Goodman. Thank you very much. I'm deeply honored today. This is kind of overwhelming, really. And I don't want to do a John Boehner here. So I have so many people to thank, and I really have so many people that are here today that really work their you-know-what's off to make pickleball grow in this community. I'm so grateful for all of you. Pickleball changes people's lives. It certainly changed mine for the better. And I dare say that it has changed everybody here that plays the sport. Am I right? Did it change your life? We've become a community of friends. A couple of years ago, we didn't know one another. But this sport has brought us together, and we formed a bond and friendship. So to all of you, I want to thank you very much for all of your support. I've got representatives from my family here today. I want to thank my son for coming in and my daughter, Sandy. Stand up, John. John came in from Dallas. Sandy works here for the city, and my wife Pat of 54 years. She is my compass. She kind of keeps me between the lines, and something about Pat's a very good pickleball player, by the way, and can she beat me in pickleball? She's had her chances, but Pat was a synchronized swimmer a long time ago, and she learned to smile underwater, and that's why she's so photogenic. So, I have a confession to make about my family. They don't play pickleball, other than Pat. They give me a lot of ribbing about pickleball, and I'm referred to as Grandpa. Once you're a grandpa, even your kids call you Grandpa. So if you could hold that, Councilman. Sure. I just have to hold this up. This was my Christmas present from my family. It says, yes, I'm one of those pickleball people. Well, my family, my son and daughter and their kids are, quote, golf and tennis people. Okay, so, but my daughter may be coming around. She actually played pickleball in the Las Vegas Corporate Challenge this last year. This is the second year we've had the Corporate Challenge. She looked pretty good out on the court, but she didn't win. But anyway, but I think she may have the burn, and I mean the burn for pickleball. All right. So I want to thank them for being here. There are other people I want to thank very much who have really helped open doors. And Mary Killian is one of those door openers. Mary Killian is the first person I met with the city when we were trying to get pickleball started at Veterans Memorial. And Mary was the one who let us get in the door. And then Mary kind of pointed me in different directions and started introducing me to kids programs, kids summer camps. By the way, how many of you have ever heard or played pickleball? We don't even know what it means. Okay, all right, well, good. So, but I found the kids love this game. It's, you know, you look around and a lot of nobody's here as old as I am, but except for Bill Glass. Bill Glass is 85 years old. He's one of our pickleball players. But Mary directed me in different directions, all good, helping open doors. And she introduced me to Dean Mattson. who helped me navigate my way through the city that led me to Councilman Anthony. And Councilman Anthony had an open door and was willing to talk and listen to ideas, for which I'm very grateful. So that's what makes it happen. I want to thank you all so much. This is a real honor. And we're going to talk a little bit about pickleball. I heard a question from the mayor. How did pickleball get its name? 51 years ago, pickleball was created by a person by the name of Joel Pritchard up in the state of Washington on Bainbridge Island in Puget Sound. Joel Pritchard was a U.S. congressman back in the 60s when there was a lot of political issues going on that were historical. But nobody knows what he did as a congressman. People only know what he did by inventing pickleball. And he invented the game for his kids. Joe was a golfer. He'd been out golfing with his buddies during their summer vacation, came home and the kids said, "Dad, you said you're going to come home and play with us." He said, "Well, when I was your age, I would have invented a game." And they said, "Well, Dad, if you're so smart, why don't you invent one for us?" They had an abandoned badminton court on the property, and there was a little wood shop. He went out, he cut out some plywood paddles. They didn't have rackets to play badminton, didn't have a shuttlecock to play with, or a birdie. And they used a tennis ball, didn't work, the net was too high. They lowered the net. He saw a boy walking down the dirt path with a wiffle ball and a bat. He said, "Hey kid, can I borrow that ball a minute?" They hit the wiffle ball. It seemed to work pretty good. Within a week, he and his neighbors had wrote up the rules for the game of pickleball. And who started playing it? The adults started playing it. The kids kind of got left in the cold. But anyway, the Pritchards had a Cocker Spaniel named Pickles. And Pickles would run after the ball and hide it. And so somebody came up with the idea, well, that's Pickles ball. Well, what are we going to call this sport? Well, how about pickleball? So that's the moniker that stuck. That's the legend. Several years later, before Congressman Pritchard passed away, he started to tell a different version, and his buddy said, "Joe, leave it alone." That's the story we're going to stick with. It's Pickles ball. So the Cocker Spaniel gets all the credit. So thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And if any of you want to play pickleball, show up anytime at Police Memorial Park, Durango Hills Y, and I guarantee you these folks will take you in open arms and teach you how to play the sport, and they will get you involved. John, thank you very much for having a big impact on this community. Let's bring your family over. Come on.
Use a badminton-sized court? Don't ask them what high school. Are you play on a badminton-sized layout? I mean, yeah.
So you beat us before, we're still hanging in there. There you go.
John, St. Paul.
So come on over, we'll get a picture.
To do it,
To get a ball. You know?
that's why people play.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you. I bet you're lucky you're here because it's not raining like in Dallas. See, you enjoy our good weather for a couple of days. Thank you. And now for our next item, Councilman Beers, Ward 2, is going to kick off our annual recognition of local business.
Thank you, Your Honor. This morning in the Now Cafe down the hall on the second floor, we invited all holders of business licenses that are having their 25th anniversary this year to come down. We still have a number in the audience. Would you all stand, people who came down for that? These are the people. So when they say we run the city, sort of. We run city services. These are the people that run the city and make the city. So thank you all very much for your perseverance and your 25 years here, and may you have 25 more.
Thank you. It's all about business. That's what keeps us going. And so I think something unusual. Mayor Pro Tem Ross.
Yes, Mayor.
Yes? Ugh. Oh, here you go. I bet you these students know what that represents.
Who likes Star Wars? Come on, adults. You can confess. Everybody raise your hands. It's a special day. What is today? May 4th. So what do we say? May the 4th be with you. Where are they at? Yeah, we have some special guests. Should be walking in any moment now. You ready, Christine? You're going to like this. You're here at a good day. Because I like Star Wars too. Who knows what Star Trek is? Really? That's awesome. Okay, that's good. That's good. Well, let's welcome our special guests, and you guys will really get a kick out of this.
Anybody? Does anybody see anything?
This should be coming from here. Okay.
Is Kelly in this crowd?
No. Councilman Coffin just asked if my wife was in this crowd. Kelly's not in this crowd. I know she's. Look at this. Who is that? Wow, look at this. Special day today, isn't it, everybody? Yeah.
Who are these people? No, you have to announce who they're what are they? What are they?
I'm going to let the commander do that in a second, Mayor, so I'll let him do that. Let me start off by saying this. This happens to be the 501st Legion Neon City Garrison. It's an all-volunteer organization formed for the express purpose of bringing together costume enthusiasts under a collective identity within which to operate. The Legion seeks to promote interest in Star Wars through the building and wearing of quality costumes and to facilitate the use of these costumes for Star Wars-related events, as well as contributions to the local community through costume charity and volunteer work. The 501st Legion in Las Vegas was formed in the year 2000 to support the growing number of troopers in the state of Nevada and has been a constant presence in the city ever since. Damian Metz has served as the commanding officer for 11 years. The Neon City Garrison has participated in the following local activities: Make-A-Wish Foundation, Nellis Air Force Base Military Family Appreciation Day, Summerlin Community 4th of July Parade, where they carry the only Death Star helium balloon in the world. Summerlin's Children's Hospital, Easter Seals Walk, Discovery Children's Museum, Star Wars Day at the Museum, education events with the Boy Scouts. The 501st has also helped couples tie the knot. Today, they will help 2 happy couples tie the knot as well. Fundraising for good causes continues online through their Facebook page, and until tomorrow, May 5th, Disney will match donations up to $1 million to support Make-A-Wish. I do have a proclamation. Sorry. Damien? Where you at? Oh. Wow. It's kind of intimidating. Damien, say a few words, and then I'll go to the proc. Go ahead, introduce everybody if you would.
Yes. I am a Sith of few words. This is the Neon City Garrison, or a small fraction thereof, the rest being workaday beings like yourselves.
Thank you, sir. So with the growing interest from a diverse base of fans from every culture on Earth, The Neon City Garrison will continue to share the joy of the Star Wars with both locals and visitors alike for many years to come. And now we, the mayor and the Las Vegas City Council, do hereby proclaim May 4th, 2016 as May the 4th be with you day, honoring the Neon City Garrison of the 501st Legion, Vader's Fist. Give them a round of applause. Thank you, Commander. Thank you, all of you. Great costumes. Great costumes. What do you guys think? You like them? Who wants to wear one of these costumes? I see. Look at that. The love continues to grow. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. No. Okay, for our next item, that is fabulous.
Thanks, Mayor.
I was wondering which part of the outfit goes on first and which part last. They're fabulous. They're outstanding. Okay, Councilman Coffin's going to help us out because Councilman Barlow's been delayed. And so, Councilman Coffin, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much, everybody. This is a little different twist. This is not just for adults. It is truly not. But adults are the ones who comprise this organization. Young men and women, what I can tell you is that your education right now and your schooling in governmental processes will take you toward government if you choose. It's the great entrance point because government relies on honor, it relies upon efficiency and loyalty. All of the things that you're learning when you memorize the words of the great people, their words are meant to be believed. Don't just memorize them because they're a chore or something that you can excel at or have a lot of fun with. They mean something. The people of the American Society for Public Administration believe those words because they live those words. These are the folks who, and I know people will like to, and sometimes we all use the word bureaucrat or government employee or sipper at the public trough. I mean, we can think of all kinds of names to call the people who work for government. Well, we're the same people. And all the people who make this building function and the people who fix the roads and the streets and keep the swimming pools open for you in the summertime, they are government workers. The professional class of the government workers have an association called the ASPA, and their job is to make people better at what they do. It's an association that people are very proud of. We have the chapter president here, Adreno Ramos King. If Adrena would please come on up and join me here in this recognition. I'm so sorry that Councilman Barlow cannot be here. He is working on another master's degree. You kids know what a master's degree is. First grammar school, then high school, then college. And then, if you really want to do more, you go for an advanced degree. Councilman Barlow has a degree in public administration, a master's degree. So he, as a council member, is setting the pace for us in our continuing education. So he really believes and practices what he preaches. So I am honored to be replacing him today in terms of explaining what we're doing. But Adrena, you have some things to say. I would very much like to hear from you.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Councilman Coffin, Mayor, and Las Vegas City Council for helping us celebrate Public Service Recognition Week 2016. Good morning to you, students. Good morning. Good morning. You look wonderful today. Thank you so much, Council, for taking a moment to pause to celebrate the hard work that public servants do on behalf of all Americans every single day, and they rarely get the credit that they deserve. Now, students, today with me, I have a few of our board members. I promise you we do have male board members, but they are not here today. I'd like to introduce our past president, Tammy Christensen, our committee member, Katie Sears, board member, Amanda Dillard, and President-elect Elise Gresnick-Smith.
Let's hear it for everybody.
So for those of you, and especially students who don't know, our members come from all ranks of government, nonprofits, universities, private industry leaders like Elise with Southwest Gas who work with public administrators. And so we as a group are the premier organization for students and public servants and provide professional development opportunities and networking opportunities. So if anyone is interested in joining Southern Nevada chapter of ASPA, please visit our website, snvaspa.com, .org, excuse me, and we'd be happy to hear from you. So thank you so much.
Well said, Adrina. Thank you very much. I believe we have a proclamation to give you. Don't we have one here? Right here behind you, Mayor. Thank you. Adrina, on behalf of the council and the mayor, I'd like to present this to you and your fellow board members in recognizing that today is ASPA Recognition Day. Truly enjoying your company, and truly thank you very much. Again, remember, they make government better because they're studying in their spare time to try to become better public servants, and that's something we should all strive to be. Thank you.
Wonderful. So proud of you all. Thank you, and thank you, Councilman Coffin.
Yes, should we take a picture?
Yes, we would love it.
Okay, board.
Yeah, we can go right beside the podium.
Stand right there. You could take it at an angle.
We can go right there. Yeah, Shane's right up there.
Okay.
He's forever here. Stay up to Councilman Coffin. Okay. Thank you. Congratulations.
It's done.
Great. Colorful. You really fit in beautifully. Congratulations.
Thanks for coming.
Well, we now have another wonderful announcement. I'm going to ask Mayor Pro Tem Ross to speak to it. I had the good fortune to serve on the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority for a period of time. And as a second time around rep on the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority. What are you doing here?
Showing my colors.
Okay. Yours. Travel
Thank
and
you, Mayor.
tourism.
Thank you. This not only is it May the 4th be with you, but this week is very important to the city of Las Vegas as well, this entire region. It is Travel and Tourism Week in the city of Las Vegas. I think it's National Travel and Tourism Week around the country, correct? So I'm going to teach you all a little lesson here. There are over 300,000 people in this community employed in gaming and tourism in some fashion or some respect. It affects 1/3 of our population directly and 1/3 of our population indirectly. So what we do at the Convention and Visitors Authority is about bringing people to Las Vegas, and who doesn't want to come to Las Vegas, right? Las Vegas is awesome, right? Make some noise, kids. It's your city. So we want to recognize this as National Travel and Tourism Week in the city of Las Vegas with the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority and share the important aspects of that with this community. We don't do that enough in this community, Mayor, and you've heard me say it many times.
We've got half the office here.
And we've got half the staff here from the LVCVA.
We have Terry Jasinski, I see Luke.
Terry Jasinski, Luke. Jerry's here as well. So Jeremy's here as well. So guys, would you stand up, please? This is part of the LVCVA staff that makes the Convention and Visitors Authority work. And they like to throw little assignments at us, unbeknownst to us, but that's what this is all about. So that's what we're celebrating this week, and we want our residents to understand how important gaming and tourism and travel is to Las Vegas. So thank you guys for being here. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Go ahead. I'll keep going. Okay, we're waiting for one more school, so we're taking things out of order. But the nearest, before we get to all you students, and I know you keep thinking about, do I remember every single line? Our next item, I want to recognize one of United States Senator Harry Reid's staffers, who's been a great assistance to the city of Las Vegas over these years. Sarah Moffett is visiting Las Vegas from Washington, D.C. for Senator Reid, and we wanted to take an opportunity to present her with a proclamation thanking her for her invaluable service. So will you please, Sarah, come on up here. Sarah's been instrumental in designating, are you the lucky one? She hasn't arrived yet?
Yes, I'm the lucky one.
There we are. This wonderful woman Well, no. Let me tell you, she's been so instrumental in designating the Tule Springs fossil beds as a national monument. This lady here helped to make that happen. Unbelievable. The designation's going to mean so much to our city and region for education and in terms of visitors coming to see this remarkable area. We can't thank you enough for your work on this project, Sarah. And in addition, I want everyone to know that she's played a key role in ensuring that Las Vegas continues to receive funding for parks and recreational projects through the Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act. So, Sarah, thank you for all that you do for our city and for our state. And do we have our proclamation? Where did it go? Oh, for heaven's sakes. I mean, well, because it's in Ward 6. I know you are so anxious. You're going to talk before we let Sarah say a few words? No, go ahead. Tell us about the monument. Go ahead, lead.
Sarah, I know this is a surprise to you, but I have to say this. And kids, I want you to understand something too. We have a national monument now in the city of Las Vegas, the Tule Springs Fossil Bed National Monument. We have dinosaur bones in our backyard. Did you guys know that? They're there because I've seen them. I've actually gone out there and touched them and been part of a dig out there. But Sarah, you have been so awesome and instrumental in making this happen through Senator Reed's office. I remember being on the Hill with you and hustling and bustling through the hallways of Washington, D.C. trying to make this happen. And you did it, girl. You rock. We owe you so much. So thank you so much for all that you've done for us as a city. Now, Mayor.
Okay, and I want to tell you, we do have a proclamation, but this is city government. We're faster than the federal government, but we made a mistake, and it's upstairs instead of down here to read it and give it to you. But please tell us a little bit about the long effort you made there for us. And congratulations. We're so grateful to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is a complete shock, so I thought I was here for a meeting. Tule Springs took maybe a decade, and a big part of that was you guys. Everybody here involved, recognizing that there was a great resource in our backyard, recognizing that there were great educational opportunities, and recognizing that it shouldn't be paved over and homes shouldn't be built on it. And that everybody came together, the cities, the county, educational institutions, the Paiute tribe. So I was very pleased and very lucky to be working on this with everybody in Southern Nevada. It was a great opportunity for me, and I'm very, very glad that we got it over the finish line.
You're forever in our hearts, and we thank you. And for every student, every child, every visitor who comes to enjoy that and learn from it, it really is exciting. And our Native American population, our Paiutes, it's right on their land, too. So this is really an incredible, incredible time. And we thank you, Sarah. You really have been. You're in the hearts of everyone in this city. Thank you. So, Jace, you will make sure wherever Jace went, you'll make sure that it gets to Sarah. So thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, Sarah.
Okay, and so at this point, I'm going to bring back Councilman Stavros Anthony, who is going to orchestrate something simply phenomenal.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, you're probably wondering what all these good-looking kids are doing here this morning, right? Well, this is what we're going to do. Let me tell you what's happening here. First of all, I'd like to have Jeannie Johnson come down here and join me. Jeannie, give her a nice round of applause. You're going to hear what she did here. During the 1998-1999 school year, Jeannie Johnson, a gifted and talented education teacher at Ruth Duskin Elementary School, had an idea while working with her fifth grade students on early colonial times. Ms. Johnson remembered a personal experience she had in the fifth grade when she was standing in front of her class reciting the Gettysburg Address to her peers. Ms. Johnson said she was very proud of doing it and decided she wanted to provide an event for her students to duplicate that experience. As a result, Ms. Johnson put together what she called the Great American Pride Program. The program is open to all fifth graders in Clark County, and it is voluntary participation, not only on the part of students, obviously, but on the part of teachers. Each year, a handful of fifth graders take advantage of this opportunity, and a lot of work takes place outside of their normal classroom studies. There's an emphasis on citizenship and famous historical documents, and there are 5 requirements that the students must fulfill to complete this program, the Great American Pride Program. So listen to what these kids have to do here. They have to write the Pledge of Allegiance with no mistakes. They have to recite the preamble to the United States Constitution. They have to sing or recite the Star-Spangled Banner. They have to recite all 50 states and capitals in alphabetical order. They have to recite all 44 United States presidents in chronological order, and they recite the entire Gettysburg Address. And they volunteered to do this. That's the best part. Today, I am proud to recognize students from 5th grade classes completing the Great American Pride Program. Absolutely. We have Ruth Deskin Elementary School, which has 1 class. We have Mountain View Lutheran School, which has 1 class. We have Mayor Goodman's own school, the Meadow School, which has 3 classes. And we have Keith and Karen Hayes Elementary School, which has 4 classes for a total of 153 students. That is awesome. So I want to recognize the other teachers, if you could come down here, because again, these teachers don't have to do this. So this is outside of their normal curriculum. So obviously we have Jeannie Johnson from Deskin Elementary School who started it. Christine O'Neill from Mountain View Lutheran, come down here. Thank you. We have Tika Epstein, Andy Jones, Matt Burke, and Reagan Kondrick from Hayes Elementary School. And we have Kathleen Brennan, Linda Bookout, and Bill Bissell from the Meadow School. So I'm going to ask Ms. Johnson to say a few words, and we have something special for all of you.
A few words.
Just whatever you want to say, and turn it back over to me.
I'm fine in front of kids. So I'm going to talk to you guys. I'm really, really pleased to see that this program is growing, not just because I started it, but mostly because I think it's really important for people who are citizens of this country to know a little bit about its history. And I think that the song, the Star-Spangled Banner, which celebrated the waving of the flag at the end of a war that the Americans had won, the Gettysburg Address, which was an address that was made to heal the country during the Civil War time, the preamble to the Constitution, which gives you every right that you have. And you're probably too young to really realize that. When you get old like me, you will realize more and more every day what freedoms you have and what a blessing it is to have been born in this country. I am really proud of your hard work. I know many, many children who would have spent hours on their telephones and video games rather than the hours that you have spent memorizing the presidents and the states. So I'm extremely pleased to see your perseverance. It gives me a lot of hope for the future that young people like you are willing to do this type of work. So everyone, please give these kids a big round of applause.
Great job. So we have something special for you. These great kids are going to recite the Gettysburg Address. The reason why the Gettysburg Address is so great is because it's probably the shortest speech ever by an elected official, which all elected officials should learn from. So, why don't you all stand? and we're going to hear the Gettysburg Address. Who would like to kick them off? All right, woo! Absolutely awesome. And I watched every single one of you, and all your lips were moving, every single one of you. So that, and I want to thank the parents for coming down and pushing your kids along and helping them. I know you helped them do this. So on behalf of the mayor and entire city council, each one of you is going to get a certificate of appreciation for doing what you did for the Great American Pride program. You're all going to get a tour of KCLV where we film our television station, and you're going to go up and tour the mayor's office and help yourself to anything you have up, she has up there. No, just kidding. Don't touch anything. So thank you very much for coming down, and have a great day.
We are so proud of you all. You really are exemplary students, and we just wish you the best as you all go on. You're fifth graders, so next year on to independent sixth grade. We wish you a wonderful, wonderful summer and finish up the year with a bang. We know we're going to see lots of you in the future, so congratulations. Thank you, teachers. Thank you, schools. Thanks, moms and dads. And I know you've heard this at breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and before they go to sleep, and after they wake up in the morning. So good job. Back to class you go. We wish we could keep you here all morning. So we're finished with the ceremonials. We'll take a 5-minute, 8-minute break for a minute while the students exit, and then we'll reconvene. Thank you all. Thank you, staff. Thank you for everybody for being so patient. All right, we are on agenda item number 11. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. And we will set the time at 1 minute. Okay, hearing and seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item 12. Possible action, any items the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Agenda item 19, staff authorization to condemn the purchase of right-of-way and utility easement for the Main Commerce one-way couplet project on Oakey Boulevard between Main Street and Commerce Street. Staff has requested we obey that to the May 18, 2016 meeting. Agenda item 29, R22-2016, resolution consenting to an owner participation agreement between the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency and 1025 Main Street LLC to participate in a public-private partnership with a developer on land located at 1027 South Main Street. This item is related to redevelopment agency item 5, RA5-2016. Staff has requested that be obeyed to the May 18, 2016 meeting as well. Agenda item 31, report regarding the status of reimbursement structure for future elections proposed by Clark County and discussion for possible action regarding available options for upcoming election years. This affects all wards. Staff has requested that be obeyed to the June 1st, 2016 meeting. Agenda item 41, replacement of the Ward 4 and Ward 5 staff designees to the Neighborhood Partners Fund Board for fiscal year 2016-17. Affects Councilman Barlow and Councilman Anthony. Councilman Anthony has requested we obey this to the May 18, 2016 meeting. Agenda item 61, ZON 62700. It's an advance item, rezoning, public hearing, applicant owner 2316 Charleston Mob LLC. Possible action on a request for rezoning from CD, designed commercial, to C1 limited commercial on 1.44 acres at 2316 West Charleston Boulevard. Staff has requested that be obeyed to the July 20th meeting 2016, and that's my motion, Mayor.
Thank you very much. There's a motion on all of those items. Please vote and please post. Thank you. The motion carries. Agenda item 13 for possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the April 6, 2016 regular City Council meeting. Is there a motion to approve those minutes, please?
Would move to approve the minutes, Mayor.
Thank you. This motion to approve the minutes of April 6, 2016. Please vote and please post. And that carries. Thank you very much. First, I need to announce that we are pulling item 20 and items 22 through 27 off the consent agenda. These items will be trailed to be heard after discussion on item number 40. Items 14 through 30, with the exceptions of 19, 20, 22 through 27, and 29 on the consent agenda, are considered to be routine, are recommended for approval by the departments, and may be enacted in one motion. Note that the record should reflect my abstention on item number 21 because it pertains to medical marijuana related business and my son is involved in that industry, and I will be voting on the other items. Are there any other items that the council wishes to bring forward?
Mayor,
Yes,
point of clarification.
please.
You're pulling 20, 22. Are those the only two that you're pulling forward?
20, 22 through 27, and 29.
Thank you.
Okay.
20's a day, and the others. Isn't 20 a day? No?
19 is obeyed, but 20 is going to be heard, and the others after 40. We're trailing them. Okay? So is there a motion, please?
There's a motion to approve the consent agenda items subject to those other items we pulled off.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Okay. So if I can figure this out, even though our wonderful clerk's office has written it out so that I shouldn't mess up. 31 has been obeyed to June 1st. 32, report by Economic Urban Development, EUD Department regarding EUD's current and planned project reference all wards. And so that would be Mr. Arndt.
Good morning, Mayor, members of council. For the record, Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. This item is to update you on all of our projects in economic development. And leading off, I wanted to introduce our new management team. As you know, Romeo Betty of our team retired after an accomplished career in economic development. And so that left me and my team in a state of transition trying to figure out the next chapter of EUD. And so I wanted to introduce our new management team, and we think that this management team really positions our department for the future to accomplish all of the things that you've asked us to do. I also want to give an update on business development activities, which is arguably maybe the most important function we have right now as we try to reposition downtown and the entire city for new business opportunities in the city. I'd like to update you on some things happening with redevelopment, maybe some of the under the radar things that have been happening with redevelopment. Asset management is an increasingly important function, so I'm going to talk to you about that, and then wrap it up with everyone's favorite topic, parking. So our management team, when Romeo had retired, it left a
And
vacant...
excuse me, before you
Pardon me.
get looking at this and all these new boxes, could you be sure that we all have a copy of this as we move
And
forward in the
pardon me,
next
I
months?
do have copies for you, so I can distribute those
Thank you
now.
very much. And congratulations to everybody in all of these departments. Okay, sorry to interrupt.
Thank you, Mayor. So as you know, we've had a team that runs all these functions, but we really are doing more and more finance work and more strategic work. And so I saw a need to have a deputy director in the department. We now have a team of over 60 professionals working in EUD. And so in order to deliver on all of the promises that we're making as far as new development, I wanted to expand our management team. And so with support of Deputy City Manager Scott Adams and City Manager Betsy Fretwell, we've added a deputy director position, and I've seated, with support from Betsy and Scott, Phil Steckinger in that position. And then that led to some openings for our management team, and Brandy Stanley, as you know, is our parking services manager. Patrick Sinnott is our business development manager. That opens up the asset manager position that was held by Mr. Steckinger. And so I'm pleased to announce publicly that Scott Carter has accepted the role of Economic Development Asset Manager, and he's going to be leading a finance team to work on development finance and real estate finance for new projects. In other words, his function is where the rubber meets the road. And then I've also, with support from the manager's office, decided to promote Shawnee Coleman as redevelopment manager, and she's been leading the charge on the Las Vegas Medical District, working with the UNLV School of Medicine, and it really brings a really broad set of skills and expertise and work experiences to the office. Ms. Coleman is going for her Juris Doctorate at Boyd Law School, has a strong real estate background, and we think is a great complement to our management team. And then finally, you did hear from Adrena Ramos-King, our new redevelopment officer, is promoting into the appointive ranks and is going to be helping Ms. Coleman with leading the redevelopment team. So wanted to thank them for their continued leadership. And we really have a great team at EUD. I really consider our entire team public sector leaders. So I'm really pleased to announce these internal promotions within the department and wanted to assure you that you have a great team to lean on when you can't find me. Hopefully you can find me all the time, but if you can't find me for some reason, you have a great management team in economic development, and it's really going to help move the city forward. Why this is so important is I really think of our team as pushing projects through a pipeline. So if you think of anything in life, there's a certain salesmanship aspect to it. We have to find new business opportunities. We have to act on those business opportunities. At times, we have to put money into those business opportunities, and then we have to make sure they work from an operational perspective. So if you think of a workflow process and a deal flow process like any real estate office would have, like any sales organization would have, we need complementary functions. And so that's really how I've organized the department, again with the direction and leadership of our city manager and our city management team, to try to move deals through to completion. So this middle band, I just wanted to comment on this, redevelopment and asset management, that's kind of where the rubber meets the road. Once we have a project lead, whether it be a new business coming into the city, an existing business looking to expand, or a real estate project in our downtown area as a redevelopment project, packaging that deal and underwriting that deal is where the rubber meets the road piece. And an expanded asset management function with having additional finance staff on the team to help underwrite projects is a very important piece of the puzzle. We have a lot of important projects right now. Public financing, public-private partnerships is increasingly what we're all about, and we've added a finance person, a senior financial analyst, which I neglected to mention on the prior slide, that we're going to be doing a recruitment for starting this month to try to bolster up that finance team. Yes, Mayor.
If I might, Mr. Art, where, in which capacity or which individual would rest the follow-up of allocations? For instance, the council's voted to allocate funding. Where does that fall under? Is that under asset management, the follow-up to what we're doing?
Correct. So a traditional asset management function is, as the name implies, manages assets. Large real estate companies always have a real estate function. We don't invest in partnerships just for the sake of owning real estate. It's really for getting a project off and running. But we do have a big set of real estate contracts with compliance requirements for all of our partners. Most of our projects, with the exception of the Visual Improvement Program grants, which even do have a short 5-year compliance period, most of our contracts have very long compliance periods. So making sure that our partners live up to their end of the bargain, that falls in the asset management team.
Thank you very much.
So business development. This, many of you may know as Rancho High School. We are increasingly getting engaged in all of the industry sectors that we're trying to attract. And one industry sector is unmanned aerial systems. Rancho High School has built an excellent program. As you can see here, a lot of community leaders were there for a day checking out the program as a linkage to what UNLV is doing and what the state is doing in unmanned aerial systems. This is becoming a bigger sector that is really crossing over a lot of industries. It is not just related to what many may regard as drones or unmanned aerial vehicles for commercial use, not for military use, but for commercial use. It's spilling into other sectors. It's spilling into the automotive sector. It's spilling into the robotics world. And we believe that Nevada, Las Vegas, and the city of Las Vegas are well positioned to take advantage of this industry. What we're doing from a business development team is we're stepping up our marketing efforts. We can't have new business opportunities if we don't find them, if we don't let all of our business partners, both local, regional, and out of market, know about the services that Las Vegas offers and the capacity that we have for these industries. So this is a sampling, not an entire list, but a sampling of all the industry events that we're going after. We, as you know, just came back from Philadelphia, where we were at the Urban Land Institute spring meeting to find new real estate partners. Patrick Sinnott and Rich Atkins of our team are at Exponential 2016 in New Orleans. Hopefully we convince that trade show to come to Las Vegas. But that's an AUVSI experience, Autonomous Unmanned Vehicle Systems International. And so this is a sampling of trade shows that we're going to be at. Some are in market, like the ICSC Recon, which happens every May at the Convention Center. AT&M Forum for Advanced Manufacturing also is local. The Biomedical Conference in San Francisco is coming up. We're planning to be at Cornet in Philadelphia. And finally, we plan to be at our Economic Development Conference in October in Cleveland. And as you know, we have continuing partnerships with business in Cleveland. So this is a sampling, not an entire list, but we're really looking to get get out of the market, as well as take advantage of all the business conventions and visitation that comes to our market to find those new opportunities. How we're going to do this, we need to increase our marketing effort. David Riggleman and his team are an important piece of that puzzle. I'd like to thank him for his continued support of our efforts in that area. We're going to increase our efforts with Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance. We have a regional partner that is ramping up. They've added membership to their board. We have 2 seats on that board. We're looking to leverage our regional partners as well as the state agency, Governor's Office of Economic Development, to find those opportunities. And both of those partners are going to be supporting us on those efforts. We believe that there's a great opportunity today for attracting new regional corporate headquarters to our downtown. That's an area that we've been underweighted as a community. We certainly have all the gaming companies headquartered in Las Vegas, gaming equipment manufacturers headquartered in Las Vegas. We're light on corporate headquarters outside of gaming and hospitality. We'd like to change that. And we think putting together an aggressive incentive package to market our assets in downtown presents a unique opportunity for any company looking to do business in the southwestern United States. We have had some interest from real estate brokerage firms and over the years companies making direct contact to do business in Las Vegas. But having a corporate headquarter here, having a flag planted here from a business development perspective is incredibly important. So we're going to be working on that and hopefully bringing back to you an incentive package to make that work. We're supporting major employers. Sutherland Global is taking over the former Citibank campus out at the Lakes Center in Ward 2, and we continue to work with the LVGEA and GOED as major employers enter the market to market assets that we have in the city. We don't have the large manufacturing swaths of land, but we do have a lot of office assets within the city that are not all fully occupied. So we want to market those assets. And then finally, we want to try to continue our specialized training in higher education. Our School of Medicine effort is incredibly important with UNLV. Having more UNLV presence downtown is very important. But I think quietly under the radar, we're developing some very good assets for technology training. We have the Iron Yard, which is up and running, Tech Impact, which is another school in the technology space, which is up and running, and we're working on a lease for them at the historic West Side School. There are 2 additional technology training schools in the pipeline that have not allowed us to announce them publicly, but we're working on both of those 2 schools and campuses as well, both in the downtown area. And so we think that's a burgeoning area where in order to attract the talent that we see going into tomorrow's companies, we need those schools here. And so we're going to be supporting those efforts, not necessarily financially, but making sure that they get off the ground and running. Redevelopment projects in progress. As you know, we haven't had a lot of cranes in downtown or really anywhere in the Las Vegas Valley for the last few years. We see that changing. We see the Federal Justice Tower hitting completion. We see the Eclipse Theater with steel going up, and that continues to move forward. The Nevada Supreme Court building is off and running. And then we see assets that have been underutilized, like the Bridger building that have been acquired by Derek Stevens, and other buildings that are either vacant and underutilized or land sites that are underutilized, such as the properties on Fremont that Mr. Stevens acquired to redevelop for new hospitality. That presents a great opportunity because we're getting those buildings in active use or the sites in active use, and those properties and those projects will result in new tax increment revenue, property tax to the agency that by law we have to reinvest back into the area. So we think that the new revenues from those projects are going to help us really work on the next chapter of redevelopment in downtown. So big picture, what's happening with redevelopment? We're working on a full-scale marketing effort to find new real estate projects for all of our major downtown sites, particularly Symphony Park. We still have some great partners in Cleveland Clinic. Newland Communities is still working on residential. Smith Center remains an important asset for us. But a lot of the developers that came into downtown and into Symphony Park pre-recession, pre-2008, today's market is very different than it was pre-recession or at the peak of the real estate boom. So that requires us to take a new focus at looking at new partners. As I mentioned, we went to Philadelphia looking for partners. We're talking to real estate developers locally almost on a weekly basis now who have interest in downtown and in Symphony Park. And as parcels become available, we're looking to strike up new partnerships. We want to make that known to the entire community, and particularly the real estate community in Las Vegas. Supporting UNLV School of Medicine and the medical district continues to remain a top priority, not just of our department, but of the city. And we have a large team working on that. We'll continue to work on that to make sure it's successful. We're working on Cashman reuse plans, and that's actually your very next agenda item. So we'll save that discussion for the next item. We're working on garage development strategies. Downtown redevelopment is at a competitive disadvantage with suburbs in Las Vegas or any suburban real estate outside of Las Vegas because, generally speaking, the cost of doing business is higher because you have to build up, not out, and you typically have to build parking garages or denser structured parking garages where you can get away with surface parking or a less dense parking garage in the suburbs. So one of the strategies we have as our redevelopment agency and why we brought parking into the mix is to figure out how can we help our private partners deliver parking at a cost commensurate with the suburbs. If we can do that, and when we do that, we can get new buildings online in downtown. So we're working on that for new commercial development. We think that's particularly important for housing. A lot of our city blocks, most of our city blocks are under 3 acres in size. So you can't really fit the housing and a lot of parking all at once in a half city block or a city block. So to have centralized parking garages that support off-site parking for new residents is very important. And we want to think out of the box. All cities across the country in varying markets from large and small are working on shared parking, ride sharing, ride sourcing, bike to work, cycling facilities in their garages. That's something that really doesn't exist in our market, and we think is an opportunity to differentiate our housing product downtown from the suburbs and from the rest of the market. Even a city like Indianapolis in the Midwest is doing that, where they're parking their residents less than 1 car per individual dwelling unit. So we think that's an opportunity where the market really hasn't tapped into. And so we're going to be working with all of our local partners to work on that for new housing in downtown.
And are you integrating public transportation, RTC, as part of all of this, moving the people around in this area? Is that a separate item, or is it generally integrated in?
It's definitely generally integrated in, particularly for housing, that if people are going to get by with one vehicle per household or even no vehicles per household, not only do they have to be able to move within downtown, but they have to get to their employment, they have to get to their schools. We do see an interest from people wanting to live downtown that are reverse commuting to the Strip, or maybe are reverse commuting to UNLV. In order to make that happen, we need to make sure transit works. So we're working very closely with City Public Works, our leadership team that's working on the mobility plan. We believe commuter rail, light rail on Maryland Parkway is maybe most important to make that work, and then eventually extend it into Charleston. But then the regional transit as well, with people coming from the suburbs and coming in and out of downtown, is just as important. So we're working very closely with all our regional partners on that.
And on your organizational chart, where does that mobility responsibility integrate?
It's really that middle piece. So I framed it where the rubber meets the road, but when we're trying to create a project, if the developer doesn't have access to transit, that's going to limit what they can do or not do. So it really is on the planning side too. Our entire team has been working with Robert Summerfield and City Planning, Tom Perigo, on the downtown master plan, making sure what we're doing fits with the big strategic vision. But we need that vision to make sense. We need the resources to implement that vision. And then we need to make sure the city team is working together across department lines to execute that vision. So we're working on that. It really cuts across, I would say, across all the teams.
Okay, thank you.
The final point, we're working on 18B Arts District, and this is maybe one of those things under the radar Jorge Cervantes provided this aerial map showing properties under development in the Arts District at various stages of development. So you have projects that are under construction like Eclipse, like Art Plaza, and 197 California. You have projects Royale, C3 Lofts that are under building review for civil improvements. You have entitled projects that are trying to figure out how to move forward. You add all this together, and it's easy to lose sight of how much development is proposed for a fairly small area. This 18-block 18B Arts District does run south of Charleston and north of Charleston, but most of the development activity we're seeing is north of Charleston. There is some additional development which falls off this map outside of this area, just outside of 18B, that I know other developers are working on. But this just to give you a view of things that are in progress. And so how do we support this development from a redevelopment agency? Do we work partner with partner, or do we look holistically? How do we provide resources from the redevelopment agency and the city to make sure all these things work? Parking is going to be a big issue as these developments move forward. Mission Linen, for instance, there's a tenant that is more or less a household name that has interest in that building, and we'd love to see them downtown, but they have to make sure that they have access to parking. So that's where the resources of the city and the redevelopment agency can make sure that not only does an individual project work, but all these projects working together in close proximity to each other work together and work well. So that's where we're at as an agency. And so as you see, maybe not a lot of cranes on big buildings going up, there's a lot happening at the street level that maybe you don't see. And so I wanted to let Mayor, you and the council, as well as our constituents, know that there is a lot under development, and it's going to be rolling out over time. You may not see it all come up at once, but there's a lot in progress throughout downtown, and this is just a snapshot of a piece of that development in the Arts District. Asset management update, we've refunded our redevelopment agency debt. As you know, we were able to cut our true interest cost in half. That's freed up cash flow not only to continue operations for the agency, but to invest in new projects. That's really important. When partners come to us, they want to make sure they're dealing with a stable partner, a capable partner, and so I can't understate the importance of that. We're working on packaging the Tourism Improvement District revenue into a sales tax anticipated revenue, or STAR bond. You're not approving that today. This is just an update, but we are working on that and working to take that back to you and the council next month to provide funding for a new garage in Symphony Park. New Markets tax credits remains an important piece of the puzzle for those small to medium projects that are in the $7 to $20 million range, which a lot of our projects fall in. We applied for an upcoming round in the this year, and what U.S. Treasury decided to do is they created a super round where they combined 2 years of funding from Treasury and put it into one round, and they're not taking new applications. So we think that positions us, should we be successful, for a higher amount of funds coming into the New Market Tax Credit program that the city's running. And then finally, the EB-5 visa program. We believe that's an important program. It's come under a lot of scrutiny. Historically, that's put $14 billion of capital into the U.S. from foreign investors. As a part of the overall visas into the country, it's a very small portion. But for projects that are looking for make or break financing, it can be an important piece of the puzzle. We did, through city purchasing, do a request for information. We had a very light response through that. We have local partners in Las Vegas, regional partners in the state. We have an affiliate partner in United Fund Advisors that we've worked with on our New Markets program. There are a lot of potential partners here. We don't want to exclude anyone at this point, and we believe that Congress is going to institute some changes in the fall that will probably enhance the program and make it viable and less subject to abuse from the few projects that maybe have abused the program. So we're working very closely with not only our city team but our congressional delegation to take a wait-and-see approach on what changes happen at the federal level. But that's an important piece because that can provide capital for those larger projects above that $20 million threshold that typically either don't work for new markets or maybe a little bit tougher to work just because of the amount of money available through New Markets program. You typically don't see the $50 million plus projects with New Markets, or if you do, they're packaged with EB5 and other funding tools. So we continue to monitor that. Parking services, again, this is maybe one of the most important pieces of the puzzle for downtown development. Brandy Stanley, our parking manager, is working on a strategy for putting out new garages in the downtown area to support all of our districts. We're looking at the Las Vegas Medical District. We're looking at Fremont East and the residential that's starting to emerge in the eastern part of our downtown. We're looking at the Arts District, and we're looking at the office core. These garages don't pay for themselves, and they typically run at a loss without our support. So we're trying to be thoughtful about how we approach these projects, but we believe that we're going to have to invest in garages to move projects forward. We're enhancing parking and making it easier for our customers. There's an RFP we're going through right now for pay by phone to make it more convenient for our customers. We're adding parking enforcement staff to make sure we're able to service the system that we have in place and getting up to full staffing. And then this last bullet is maybe the most important, and sometimes it's hard to see the forest through the trees. And in a fairly short period of time, in a 5-year window, we've doubled our revenue into our parking enterprise fund, and we've reduced the amount of citations that we're issuing. I like to think of it as the willing paying customer situation. We have customers that are finding our parking system better and easier to deal with, more convenient. So for short-term parkers that are coming in and paying at a meter, parking in one of our garages, whether publicly owned or privately owned, they're finding the parking. We have wayfinding. The entire experience is better from a customer service perspective. We're tracking customer service through email, customer feedback surveys, so we continue to work on customer enhancements. We want to continue to drive revenue through paying customers, not through people that are violating our parking rules. And we think that's an important turnaround for the parking operation, and I wanted to highlight that. Then finally, the next big thing. We have some large properties in downtown that are underutilized. We have Cashman Acres, which is over Cashman Center, which is over 50 acres. But if you look at the property that the city owns immediately adjacent to Cashman, it becomes an 80-acre campus potential for a new reuse concept. We continue to look at professional sports, but also mixed-use development for Cashman, and we're going to talk in more detail on the next item. World Market Center is doing very well. They're nearly full in the 3 buildings that they have, and so that's creating an opportunity where they are looking and evaluating an expansion, and we want to support that expansion. We have additional large assemblages in downtown. Fisher Brothers, south of Palace Station, owns land. There are other assemblages. Station Casinos owns land at 5 Points. So there are these big pieces of land in play, and as we've emerged through the real estate recession, we believe that there's an opportunity to work on large projects. We think these are probably 2 of the next big projects after the projects that I mentioned earlier, such as the medical school and others, that you're going to see in the next few years. And so we continue to keep our eye not only on moving the small and medium projects forward, but large projects as well. With that, this is my update, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Great report. Just before I turn it over to council, will you ever get back to us on where you're planning, I mean, the thought process is for the different garages, how many, what the TID is going to fund, and is that only for the Symphony Park area? But I think we'd all be curious to know how many garages are we looking at that are going to be city sponsored, and what you're looking at as far as location at some point.
Thank you, Mayor. I can answer this question in part today. The Tourism Improvement District dollars will fund 1 garage in Symphony Park, and so we're working on that. The most likely location is Parcel B, which if anyone patronizes the Smith Center, it's the piece of land which there's valet parking on now. literally at the front door of the Children's Discovery Museum, the Metro Chamber offices, and the Smith Center, so we're working on that garage. The other garage strategy for downtown development really is dependent on funding. We can afford to run a garage at a small loss because of the success of our parking enterprise fund. We are earning net income, so we can afford to operate at a small loss, but we can't do that indefinitely, and we can't do that and expand that loss over time and cover that loss. So we want to be thoughtful about how we roll out a strategy. It's likely we're going to do one garage at a time, not do 2 or 3 garages all at once, but it really depends not only on what we do, but our private partners. What are they paying for utilizing the parking? Are we getting any long-term commitments? How does that offset not only the debt for the garage, but the operations of the garage as well? So more to come on that. I don't have a full answer for you today, but we'd like to come up with a strategy on where we'd like to site garages and then implement that strategy as funding is available.
Thank you, Mr. Art. Okay, any council comments, questions? I know it's a great report, and we're appreciative of your updating us. The city looks very beautiful in this picture.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor. Some of the things that you mentioned as potential areas of development occurred to me. There are companies that can afford to leave land bare, and they can afford to sit on stuff for a long period of time. And I'm thinking of that location where Showboat Hotel was for 60 years, and now it's been scraped vacant by Stations Casinos. What can we do to get Stations to do something with that land, either build or sell it to someone who will build something, or, you know, to put a use on that land, because it doesn't look good. It's a maintenance problem. I mean, certainly they do try to keep it up, but on the outskirts of that land, there are real problems with people just naturally, you know, camping out there. And so there are things like that that happen, and we tend to kind of ignore them because we know who owns it, we know they've got money, and we know they don't have to sell. But what can we do to entice people to build or to entice people to move?
Thank you, Councilman Coffin. Excellent question. I think maybe the most important thing we can do is keep doing what we're doing. I believe that redevelopment is incremental. What I mean by that is we can't redevelop downtown all at once. We can't have large new buildings go in the entire downtown. But if we continue to invest where we're having success and keep extending the boundaries of that success, eventually there's a business proposition where Station will be compelled to develop something. We think we're getting closer to that. We did have a local retail developer that had a very significant project proposed for that site that was in the discussion stages with management at Station. And as development continues eastward from downtown, as we continue development along the Fremont Street corridor, for instance, where today the bulk of it may stop at Maryland Parkway, but as we push that boundary and the new investment eastward, there's a better business proposition where a new investor is not investing money on an island, if you will. There's other investment around it. We're seeing that, I believe, at the area around Hunt Ridge, where we have Jay Dapper, who invested across the street. We have other investors who are investing on Maryland Parkway, and we see that converging as well. It has to be responsible development and complementary to the adjacent neighborhoods, but that's probably the most important thing we can do. We can keep a dialogue with those companies, and that's something I think very important. We're doing that at the southern edge of downtown with the Stratosphere, trying to keep a dialogue on their plans. They own vacant land, maybe different circumstances, but a same bottom line situation where they as a company can afford to sit on land too while they figure out what they're doing with the vacant land that they own and control around them. But I think that's the most important thing we can do, is not look at it in a vacuum, but try to look at area plans. And that's why I showed that plan for 18B. It didn't show everything looking south past the southern edge of 18B, where we have investors like Christina Rausch and others who are investing in south of Charleston. But we need to look at things holistically, look at all the investments in the area. How do we make everything work? And I know that's a long-winded answer, but I think the best thing we can do is just better the bottom line position for those property owners. to make it more conducive for investment. We have incentives, too, that we can bring to bear, and that's really the strength and power of the redevelopment agency. We can invest directly in projects to help make them work.
Well, certainly the agency has been valuable for us in Ward 3, and everybody owns Ward 3 as far as I'm concerned. It's all downtown. And the reputation of the town, in many ways, rises and falls on the condition of downtown, no matter where you live. And so I think it's been very useful. I guess, you can't force somebody to improve the appearance of their place. You can't force somebody to build unless they become blighted. I mean, it's like, that's too bad in a sense, but that's the American way. You're not going to, government's not going to get in and say, you must do this. But I just wanted to know, and I will continue this on later, I just think that there got to be some incentives besides what we have. Of course, we don't have tax money to give away, so I'm thinking about it. I mentioned stations just to give them a hard time today because I'm sure they'll hear about it. That's how you get people's attention. And then, maybe a comment or two about how they ought to do something with that big piece of vacant land. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Thank you, Mr. Arndt. This is a report only, so no actions are required. We'll move on to agenda item 33. Discussion for possible action regarding an amended and restated memorandum of understanding, MOU, and a transfer agreement between the City of Las Vegas City and the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, the authority setting the terms and conditions for the reuse and transfer of Cashman Center/field property located at 850 North Las Vegas Boulevard from the authority to the city. This is in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow. So here we go.
Thank you. Again, for the record, Bill Arntz, Director, Economic and Urban Development. Scott Adams, Deputy City Manager, has been gracious enough to let me turn the tables and to introduce him instead of the inverse. But before I do that, I wanted to set the table on the relationship with the LVCVA, thank them for a continuing partnership. The Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority has been in partnership with the city through an memorandum of understanding working on reuse opportunities for Cashman Center. The LVCVA has the existing facility and operates the facility for the baseball stadium as well as the convention center, and we've been working now for the better part of 8 years on trying to figure out new reuse opportunities. And we believe we're at the point where there's some opportunities for professional sports and other mixed-use opportunities that we want to look at taking that relationship to the next step and modifying our existing agreement to try to accommodate some of those uses. So with that, I'd like to introduce Scott Adams, our Deputy City Manager.
Thank you, Bill. Scott Adams, Deputy City Manager. I would like to say before we start that we do have representatives here from the LVCVA. Terry Jasinski and Luke Bushnig are here so that as we complete the presentation, you have any questions from their perspective, I'm sure they'd be glad to answer those. What I really wanted to do is give you a very quick overview of your agenda item that includes a new memorandum of understanding, and attached to that memorandum of understanding a transfer agreement. Talk a little bit about what some of the values and costs are of Cashman, the property itself, kind of get a hint at what our obligations might be as we go forward and should that property be transferred to us. Look a little bit at the overview of it physically, because it is a very large asset, and then talk a little bit about what are the next steps as we go forward should you approve these agreements. Picking up on what Bill just said, this MOU that you have before you follows a history of a whole series of MOUs that started back in 2008. We've really been almost on an annual basis updating an MOU to create a partnership between the city and the Convention Authority to look at and explore the redevelopment potential of the Cashman property. This one's a little bit different than those prior MOUs in that this is a 2-year initial term on this MOU, and there's 4 one-year extensions. What that does is get us through most of the remainder of the term of the 51's baseball team lease on the property. I think their term ends in December of 2022, and so that gets us almost to the end of that. The MOU gives the city a continual right to look at the feasibility of the property in terms of reuse potentials, gives us the right to conduct due diligence reviews. It does contemplate in very clear language that our goal and intent is redevelopment of the property. But in this one, and again, it's a little different than the prior MOUs, it allows for non-convention economic development and sports franchise leases. In the past, we really didn't have that explicitly laid out as a provision in the MOU. So now going forward, we would have the ability, even before a transfer, to go to the LVCVA and entertain leases with various types of projects for parts of the facility as long as we don't disturb the 51's lease. And that it provides for a transfer agreement. And that is probably the one big difference between what you see today and what we've approved in the past in terms of memorandum of understanding. And let me talk a little bit about what the terms of the transfer agreement stipulate. It provides a term through December 31st of 2022, which is the termination of the 51's lease. Our transfer, the transfer from the Convention Authority to the city would be triggered by a termination or a notice of termination by the 51's of their lease. And then when that trigger event occurs, it starts an investigation period on our part. We would have the right to do more environmental review, more property assessments, look at all the contracts that are in place, and look at title. There's actually a title review period. But I think there's an important thing that we need to note here is that if you approve this today, the memorandum of understanding and the transfer agreement, we are accepting today the property in the as-is condition. And any transfer that's triggered after we enter into this agreement, any of that due diligence review we're doing, we're looking for material changes between the condition it's in today and what it would be at the time we trigger that transfer. And this last point is important. We've completed, or actually the Convention Authority has completed a Phase 1 environmental review, provided us a title survey. We've examined all that information. We believe that the condition of the property is in such condition that we can recommend we go forward at this point in time and we approve these agreements. We have done other reviews of the property, we've done walkthroughs of the property. They have provided a very thorough report on the capital condition of the property, a capital improvement plan that they've been underway with. I think there's been some concern about the sewer conditions in the property. They've just reiterated this morning that they have replaced portions of the sewer line and relined a great bit of the sewer line under the facility to address the prior issue that had occurred with the baseball team in terms of, backups of sewage within the dugouts. So there's a whole bunch of information that we've been given that give us a fairly good level of confidence in terms of due diligence that would tell us there's nothing major there right now that's lurking that would create a problem for us should we affect a transfer. There is another...
Mr. Adams, excuse me. Along with what you've just got here, has there been property and per unit appraisals?
Yeah, I'm going to touch on that in a minute. Okay. You mean valuation appraisals?
Yeah, I mean...
I'm going to get to that here in a minute.
Pieces, the property itself, I mean, if we bulldozed it, or if we left the stadium, each piece, the convention piece, the stadium piece, the property piece.
I'm going to address that in just a minute here, further on in the presentation.
Thank you.
There is another provision in the transfer agreement that gives us a right to accelerate the transfer ahead of a notice of termination by the 51's of their lease. In other words, should something come to us, somebody with a proposal that we'd like to engage, and it would require us to have title to perhaps be more engaged with them and inking a deal, so to speak, we could accelerate the transfer ahead of that notice of termination. When we do that, that would immediately start an investigation period. And again, we would be looking for conditions, material changes. We've outlined 4 conditions in the transfer agreement that we'd be looking for that are changes from what we see today and what the condition of the property would be at that time when that transfer occurs. Things like, are there any things that would cause us to have to make repairs in excess of $500,000, title conditions that have been added to the property, environmental conditions that aren't revealed in the current level 1 survey, and other issues. So there's a bit of protection there so that if there is a transfer earlier or otherwise, we got one more bite at the apple in terms of looking at the property. The other thing that happens is that the lease of the 51s, along with all the other agreements that are in place currently on the property, become assigned to us if we effect an early transfer. Now, in the attachments to the transfer agreement that are part of your agenda item, there's a very long list of contracts with vendors, leases, all kinds of things that the convention authorities entered into, most of which all burn off mid-2017. The only one that endures for a lengthy period of time is the 51's lease. So if we did invoke an early transfer, or it was we would accept their lease and then become the landlord to baseball. And this really addresses the question that you just asked, Mayor. There has been a recent appraisal of the property. In March of 2015, the Convention Authority commissioned an appraisal that assessed the property at $21.3 million in terms of its current value. Now, we've had our Public Works Department do a high level, this is without going out to bid, but it looks to be fairly reliable, a very high level rough estimate of what it would cost to demolish the entire complex. If we wanted to scrape the site for redevelopment, it would cost us about $5 million. So typically in the appraisal business, you know, that becomes a negative kind of against the value of the property if your intent is something other than what's there.
Could I ask, is that $5 million includes haul away and if it's problematic with asbestos or anything that's in any of the buildings, is there enough funding in there to be at the highest level?
We did a very high level of assessment. The building was built in the early 80s, so the likelihood of noxious materials is probably nil. Okay. But I will tell you, we've not done that level of detailed review of the building and structure for those the existence of those conditions. That is not unusual on older property urban demolitions, and depending on the level, it shouldn't be significant add even if there were any there. I don't believe there would be just because of the age of the property and when it was built. And generally, that would only occur on much older properties.
Okay, thank you.
The other thing that we wanted to look at is if for example, we took down the property, in other words, asked for an earlier transfer, what are some of the costs associated with us having to operate it at various levels? Again, these are very high-level estimates. At this point, we have not done a real detailed drill down, and I'm going to touch on that in a minute. We've got to do more of that. But to mothball the property, what that means is to shut all the systems down and simply just hold the property, do site maintenance so that it doesn't deteriorate, would cost us just shy of $100,000 a year. Then there's another option, I'm looking at sort of the other end of kind of a minimal operations where we maintain all the heating, ventilating, air conditioning systems, keep running the utilities on site, the plumbing and those kinds of things. Maybe open it once or twice a year. That would run just shy of $500,000, $465,000. And the other thing that we would add to that is we looked at different options for on-site security. I mean, clearly we'd want, depending on who's using the property at the time, if we say put a tenant in a portion of it, There would be somebody there during the day. We'd certainly want at least nighttime security at the property so that our HVAC systems don't run away and things like that. We'd probably have to add that to it as well. So there would be an obligation. Taking a property and just letting it sit isn't free. It does cost us to maintain a property until we find a higher and better use. I also want to point out, and this is coming right out of the LVCVO's own audit, and they provided additional clarification and detail on this subsequently, what it's been costing them to operate and what they've generated in revenue, and I think there's been a lot of discussion in the community about how Cashman represents a liability from a net expense standpoint to the authority, but this is what it looks like to them to operate the facility. Revenue, expenses, and bottom line. And so I think if we were to take it over, we really certainly got to look hard at what those obligations are and how we can do it in a way that's financially prudent. Just a real quick overview, though. It is a very large asset, and we've got a couple aerial shots of it. I think everybody's been there, has seen it, and understand that this is a very large-scale asset. It's not quite a 51-acre property. It has almost 100,000 square feet of exhibition space, 12 meeting rooms, a very large theater, a large baseball stadium, a restaurant, and over 2,500 parking spaces. So this is a big deal. The other thing is that, as I said earlier, if we were to affect a transfer, well, if we entered into this MOU and transfer agreement, there's more work for us to do. We would want to continue to explore the property such that if there were a transfer, we'd really understand where there's any material differences between what it is today and what it would be on a transfer. We really need to get our arms around the operating cost revenue split of the convention center versus the stadium in terms of creating scenarios where a tenant could go in the convention center space at break even and baseball could be operated at break even. And we may want to have discussions with the 51s. I mean,
Mayor,
certainly.
if I may.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Debs, can you go back one
Sure.
slide, please? Go back one more. This negative $4 million, I just want to bring that to everyone's attention that I don't believe that the baseball team is this loss. This loss is other operations at the facility, and I just want to ask that question and clarify that for the record, if you don't mind.
Well, that's one where I think we've really got to explore that further, and I'm not going to, I am yet not the expert on the expenses of, and especially the allocation of expenses between baseball and the convention center. I will say this, that we were recently provided their revenue breakdown of the $1.9 million, and of that $1.9 million, $500,000 is baseball, and the balance is the convention center.
Okay.
So there could be a challenge. It would be tight to run baseball at break even. And so that's where I'm saying in this kind of parting shot here is we really, by approving this agreement, you are not obligating yourselves to an early transfer. It gives us that option. A transfer would be triggered by the termination of the 51's lease. And then there would be an orderly transfer of the property to us with that termination. In that event, there wouldn't be baseball and anything to be worried about. And so at that point, it would be either we figure out a reuse of the asset as it sits or we mothball it until we get a redevelopment proposal in place. And as you know, we have been approached by a number of entities. That's why I've asked Bill to be here, because he's sort of the expert on the different proposals that we've been made recently for Cashman. One of those may be on a time frame where they need to get certainty sooner rather than later. This gives us an option to give them some more certainty about the availability of the site.
Thank you. Councilman Coffin wanted to make some comments, and
Thank
I
you,
would
Mayor.
also.
It's in the same venue, following up a little bit on what the Mayor Pro Tem brought up. I was a season ticket holder for many years in the beginning, and I know that the stadium has been built well, and I would like to get confirmation of what I believe to be true, and that is that in an expansion, I think when the upper deck was built, or at least the galleries up there, the suites, if I'm not mistaken, all that work happened at the same time, where there were the footings poured and the stubby vertical structures that are around the park, 10, 15 feet high, are for sure the actual underpinnings for a second deck if one was chosen, because you could double the size of the seating as it sits. I mean, right now, if you completed that, but it would need to be confirmed that in fact it was done and done well. That could save a tremendous amount of money if repurposing occurred as a sports venue, not necessarily baseball, not mandatory to be baseball, but you've got a real big physical plant there that could be repurposed. So, I'd like to make sure that what I've been believing all these years is really true, because that should not be overlooked as
Yeah, and
possibilities.
I would expect that anybody that we would entertain for proposals for redevelopment of the property, in particular with a sports reuse, would look very carefully at the existing facility and the ability to modify that to meet the needs as opposed to building a new facility.
Well, I mean, we should know that, though. We should know that to be able to answer the question, is my point. Now, we don't have to know it before the transaction takes place, but it's
Right.
certainly an important piece of information that we have to have.
If I could get the overhead, I'll just leave with one parting shot here, if we could blow that up a bit. I think
What are we blowing up?
we've had a number of proposals.
Why is it? There it is.
We've had a number of proposals through the years for
Oh, yes.
what Cashman could look like or what it should be in terms of a higher and better use. And I think one of the better concepts for its future and kind of the trajectory I think that we might be all moving towards in terms of a shared vision is probably best represented in our latest draft of the downtown master plan that has been out in the community and pretty well discussed, and that is a stadium-centered mixed-use development. This is one of the sketches that our consultants have added. As you may know, Cashman is being recommended as a mixed-use hub and center of excellence in the new downtown master plan. And this is a sketch depicting what that might look like. This is only an illustrative rendering showing a stadium-centered mixed-use development. This is looking towards downtown from the north with retail and cultural arts liner along Las Vegas Boulevard, so, with housing, a stadium, and other uses. So it really kind of depicts, I think, the direction we're trying to head to make Cashman become a more integral part of downtown. This MOU and transfer agreement gives us flexibility now going forward to be able to better plug this asset into proposals as we move forward in the redevelopment of downtown.
I'd like to add in this, because I did sit up until a year ago on the LVCVA board, at the time that the initial conversations even were taking place about the expansion and redevelopment, which is currently underway and in front of the Southern Nevada Tourist Infrastructure Commission that the governor has asked Steve Hill to organize. And so this piece, if that's $4 million loss per year, is a piece of the holdings and obligations of the LVCVA as it goes forward with its $1.4 or $5 billion need to expand and restructure and replace, etc. And knowing that they will probably at some point have to go to the legislature. Getting that $4 million off of their obligation will help them in the eyes moving forward. So the timing can be very, very significant, and I don't know if you're inviting Luke Prestick and Terry and Jeremy Handels here also, I see, and maybe there are others, but for any comments they wanted to make on this, and if you thought that would be appropriate or not to take your...
That, you know, certainly if they have any comments or have any questions of them, I did fail to mention one thing, which is, should you approve this today, it goes on, it's going on, and is scheduled on the agenda for the LVCVA meeting next week on the 10th. So you're the first step in a two-step process to get both bodies' approval of the MOU and transfer agreement.
And as that goes forward, then I would imagine, just from the information that's been passed to those of us who sit on this very large committee, then those decisions would pass to that committee as the LVCVA and any other proposals are made coming forward.
It clearly, as I said earlier, gives us greater flexibility and maybe moves us closer to putting this site in play for a couple of the options that may have been or being discussed by the Infrastructure Committee.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So would you be inviting them up, or no? Do they want to? Do they not?
For the record, Terry Jasinski with the LVCVA. I'd just like to reiterate Scott's point that he just made, that this will go to our board of directors next Tuesday at our regular monthly meeting. So at this point, it is part A of a two-step process. A couple points of clarification that have been put on the table already. When we look at the financial document of how the LVCVA records their expenses, there is a little bit of a gray area that requires some assumptions on how to allocate cost. So we are a central service organization. We have one HR department, we have one finance department, we have one audit department. So we can make some assumptions on what to allocate from those departments to Cashman versus the convention center versus the marketing side. So there's a series of exercises we can do to estimate that. The second step of that gets a little more complicated in that Cashman is also a single operating entity, so there's one power bill. So there has to be another layer of assumptions on how much of the power is dedicated to the convention center and how much of the power is dedicated to the stadium. So I know you get the feeling that you don't really get an answer to the question, does the stadium break even or does the convention center break even? It's because there are so many layers of assumption. But in general, Mayor Pro Tem Bross is exactly right. By far, the majority of the loss is on the convention center side. The baseball stadium side comes much closer to breaking even. I can't, on the record, say that it breaks even because there are so many underlying and underpinning assumptions that are made on that, but it is a general statement that is correct.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very helpful, and a clarification, at least close.
Yeah,
in
it's
the
close.
estimate world.
Yeah. I think the other thing I'd like to put on the record is that the MOU and the transfer document has the appropriate triggers and the appropriate steps that are in place to protect our clients. So the 51s are protected in this. Their lease is always honored in every strategy and every scenario that takes place. The clients who are renting our trade show and our theater, even the clients that are short-term rental for a weekend of our parking lots for some training exercise, those leases in every one of these scenarios is honored and allowed to run their course. At some point, there will need to be alternative homes for those types of clients, but there's no intent in any of this process to break any leases or to leave any of our stakeholders or clients without a venue for a space that they've already leased with current document. With that, if there are additional questions that Luke and I can answer, we'd be happy to answer specific questions.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councilman Coffin, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I could follow up, Terry, with the comment I had with you or Luke about the issue of the bones of the building possibly being able to accommodate an expansion, well, at least the foundation of it. Is that true? I saw Luke nodding, yes, nodding affirmatively, but I don't know. So I'd like to hear what you know.
Good morning, Council, Mayor. Luke Pushnig, Legal Counsel, 3150 Paradise Road, Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, for the record. A couple of years ago, I had an occasion to be able to have a discussion with the actual architect of Cashman Center. And that architect told me that it really actually did exist. Those foundations did exist. But we should take a look and make sure that they are there, just to be able to make sure it wasn't designed out at the time.
Well, I appreciate that. So what I've been hearing all these years might be true. I think Ashley Hall, the former city manager, told me that. So, you know, in the back of my mind, I've always had this hip pocket dream. That's a 30,000 occupant easily stadium when you use the existing space and you use the bones that are underneath the building that people don't usually know why they're there or what they're there for. And so that's a hidden asset in a sense. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilman Coffin, I can tell you this. I definitely was told by that architect, because he had a number of stories in regards to, well, geez, about this, and well, geez, about that. But we just need to be able to make sure it's there to make sure that we give the proper information to the city.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments?
I would like to move to approve.
Okay, there's a motion to approve on the MOU, please. Agenda item 33. Please vote and please post. Thank you, gentlemen, very much. Thank you, LVCVA. And who are we missing? We got it all. Motion unanimously carries. Now, a question for the attorneys, wherever they are, but I guess, Mr. Pushnik, it could be your job rather than our attorneys, because we have, as you well know, we have Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman Barlow sitting on the second board as appointed by this body to sit on the LVCVA.
Right.
Because this body has voted as their obligation as council people for us. When they go to vote at the LVCVA,
the way that it happens, Mayor, is that when you sit on the LVCVA board, you put your LVCVA hat on. When you sit here, you put your City of Las Vegas hat on.
Okay.
You're supposed to make those decisions that are good, what's good for the best of that organization at the time. There is no direct conflict.
okay, thank you very much.
I agree. I think that you go
You're-
even further. You're on the LVCVA board because the bylaws require it. And so you're there to represent city interests while you're at the LVCVA. That's why there's a diverse number of people on the LVCVA that represent different interests. So you have a harmony of interest, not a conflict.
Okay, and is there a need at that time, since we're here, do they need to say anything? Do you say anything, or is it just move forward?
No, we just move forward. They're putting their LVCVA hat on because they're statutorily actually required to be able to be there.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for spending your morning with us. And Jeremy, yes, I'll take all the information you can give me. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jasinski, too. All right, we will now move on to agenda items 34 through 38. Okay, here we go. Discussion 34, discussion for possible action regarding an estimated allocation of $4,700,847 in FY 2016-2017 and $400,000 in carryover community development block grant CDBG funds to the City of Las Vegas by the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Number 35, discussion for possible action regarding an estimated allocation of $423,286 in fiscal year 2016-17 emergency solutions grant ESG funds to the City of Las Vegas by the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Number 36, discussion for possible action regarding an estimated allocation of $1,174,713 in fiscal year 2016-17 housing opportunities for persons with AIDS, HOPWA, grant funds to the City of Las Vegas by the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Number 37, discussion for possible action regarding an estimated allocation of $299,130 in RDA set aside funding for affordable housing and programs to provide immediate assistance to street homeless. And agenda item number 38, discussion for possible action regarding an estimated fiscal year 2016-17 allocation of $1,560,280 in home investment partnerships program home, $922,150 in state low income housing trust fund LIHTF, $408,025 in state home funds, and $4,822.46 in carryover state low-income housing trust fund LIHTF funds to the City of Las Vegas by the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, State of Nevada Department of Business and Industry Housing Division.
Can you say that one more time?
Without breathing.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. My name is Steve Harston, Director of Community Services, and I'm back. It's nice to be back, and thank you all for your well wishes, support, flowers, and cards. I really do appreciate it, and it's nice to see everybody again. These agenda items have to do with our annual allocation of our CDRB funds, which connects with our HUD consolidated plan that we must turn into HUD Washington, D.C. every year for our federal spending as it relates to our entitlement funds. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to the very capable Kathy Thomas Gibson, manager, who has been holding the fort together while I've been gone. And she also has the chair and the vice chair to help present the CDRB recommendations for this year. So with that, here you go.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Kathy Thomas Gibson, Manager for the Office of Community Services. Thank you very much for this time. We will be brief in our presentation, but we will get the recommendations from the members of the Community Development Recommending Board that are appointed and serve at your pleasure. This discussion will look at all of the federal entitlement funding. We will also be looking at the dollars from our state allocation and some of the RDA set aside that will be particularly targeted for homeless services. You know you have a 13-member board, and all the recommendations from this board will be incorporated into our action plan that we forward to HUD this month. So after they make their recommendations, I'll come back and do a quick overview of the annual action plan. I'd like to welcome Tom McGrath. I'm going to get them mixed up, but as I always do. So Tom McGrath and our chair and our co-chair Nathan Taylor and our long-term member Ms. Carmen will make the presentation about their recommendations.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thomas J. McGrath, Chair of the Community Development Recommending Board and Vice President of Wells Fargo Insurance Services of Las Vegas. Nathan Taylor is our co-chair, a veteran of 2 years on the board, and Carmen LaShawn Miller, a veteran of 10 years on the board, is our alternate co-chair this year. I would like Carmen to introduce our members and would ask that any in attendance please stand up and be recognized.
Thank you, Thomas. Carmen LaShawn Miller. We have two members that were able to make it today, and if they'll stand, Mr. Rodney Jordan, who is, I believe, Ward 5, Representative Councilman Barlow, and he has been on the board for 5 years, and next to him is Ms. Aranza Jimenez. She's from Ward 3, which is Councilman Kaufman's area. She's been on the board for 2 years.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your help and service. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we go into the awards, we wanted to echo the importance of these grants to our community. Over $25 million in leveraged funds these programs generate is quite impressive. As a board, we ask the agencies every year to look to other funding sources to provide a better balanced budget in addition to forming partnerships and alliances. As you can see, they listened. To see program-specific funding information, the public can view the individual agenda items from today's council meeting for, number 1, community development block grants, number 2, emergency shelter solutions grants, number 3, housing opportunities for persons with AIDS, and finally, redevelopment set aside. Agencies were reminded that in order to apply for funds, the council priorities for funding considerations were homeless outreach and prevention, seniors, special needs populations, and youth programs focusing on academic skills and early childhood development. there was a total of $4,394,546 in request, and with the addition of the RDA funds for the homeless, we were able to fund $3,153,269, which equates to 72% of programming that received funding. Council priorities. I am happy to report our recommendations to you for consideration at this time. This board takes its responsibilities very seriously and would like to know that we review the applications and make our recommendations thoughtfully. Please know that when an agency was not brought forward for funding, it was based on a combination of low scoring and lack of funding. As you know, there simply are not enough federal funds to meet the needs of our community. We had some difficult decisions, but we made the right calls. I'm going to review our recommendations summed up by council priority for the homeless. Homeless priority, CDBG Public Services, Emergency Solutions Grant, and State Redevelopment Set-Aside Funds were used to fund homeless programs that provide services in the city of Las Vegas. The services included emergency shelter, a wet shelter, rapid rehousing rental assistance, homeless prevention services, intensive case management, and other services for street homeless. The CDRB reviewed 16 applications totaling $1,880,874 that provided services to homeless clients with the objective of serving street homeless in the downtown urban core. The CDRB, on your behalf, is recommending funding of $1,510,420 for 18 programs and activities. A few agencies had different applications for separate homeless programs and based on the funding available. I will now turn it over to Nathan Taylor, co-chair for seniors, special needs, and youth with an emphasis on education. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Mayor, council members, Nathan Taylor, long time no see. I want to just digress a little bit. As you guys know, it's a 13-member board. Wanted to let you know that each board member committed about 24 hours of personal time during the day to attend the presentations and recommendation meetings. Over 312 hours were spent by the board collectively during this process, in addition to the many hours spent reviewing applications before the meeting. Before I get into my presentation, I just wanted to basically say that I find it interesting, serving on this committee for 2 years, how much the general public doesn't realize how much good goes on in this community. I mean, mayor and council members, you talk about it all the time. You see it, you get to see it more than most of the people in our community, what these nonprofits do. And it's really, it's an honor to serve on this board because I get to see that, we all get to see that as board members, and we get to hear these presentations. And what's remarkable, I've found over the past couple of years on this board, and I'm sure the other board members would agree, is that the collaboration efforts have gotten so much better between these nonprofits. And I know over the years listening to you guys talk about collaboration and how these nonprofits need to stop duplicating services and, all the stuff that we provide for the homeless people and the food banks and all this stuff. And it's really, it's awesome to see what's going on in our community, and the fact that with the leadership that you guys have here on the council, that you guys are actually pushing that in our community and making it happen. So I wanted to thank you guys as well for what you do.
Well, and I want to assure everybody, this is unique in this country. There has never been a CEO collective of nonprofits working together, which has been ongoing for the past 5 years. And I'm glad to see it trickles throughout and that everybody's aware of it, because it really has become so important as they learn about each other and their dollars spent. So thank you.
So basically I want to thank Stephen Harson, the director, Kathy Thomas Gibson, manager, Marty Toledo, supervisor, and really want to acknowledge Sean Bolster for all her work. I mean, she doesn't get enough credit, I don't think, for what she does and all the hours she puts in, so I want to give her a round of applause. She's really shy, so she probably want to stand up. Our board liaison and Natalia Aguilar, they put in a lot of hard work. As far as senior priorities go, the applications for senior priorities population included transportation services, Alzheimer's information and outreach, case management, food transportation, and social programs. The CDRB reviewed 7 CDBG, these acronyms, if I mess them up, just don't laugh at me too hard. Applications totaling $330,250 that provided services to seniors with the focus of allowing them to age in place. On your behalf, the CDRB is recommending $173,750 for all 7 programs. Special needs. The programs for this population included services for visually impaired, counseling, life skills, and housing, in addition to supportive services and housing assistance for people with HIV/AIDS. The CDRB reviewed 10 applications for special needs populations that included both CDBG and HOPWA, which totaled $1,512,981 in requests. The CDRB is recommending $1,267,722 for all 10. Youth with an emphasis on education. Applications for these programs were requested to support the Mayor's Education Initiative agencies and were encouraged to partner with My Brother's Keeper and Downtown Achieves. They provide tutoring, mentoring, educational assistance, literacy programs, in-home preschool, and in partnership with the Clark County School District dental programs. The CDRB reviewed 15 applications totaling $670,441 and recommends funding of $201,377 for 12 programs. And I'll just leave you with this. I don't want to single out any one charity because we hear from a lot of these charities, but I do have to say that it was pretty remarkable to sit during a presentation and hearing a story about a teenager who had incredibly bad mouth and hygiene issues, problems with their teeth, and then listening to the story of this kid having basically their entire mouth was redone for free. And that really hit me, and I wanted to bring it up because there were so many examples of stories like that, and I know everyone will agree. We heard so many stories, some of which would bring about anyone to tears because of the kindness that's going on in our community. But seeing a teenager and having them tell the story about how they didn't have insurance, they didn't have any money, they've never been to a dentist, and all of a sudden they get a completely new mouth. These are the kinds of things that are going on in Las Vegas, and I'm proud to be a Las Vegan. I know we all are. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's awesome. As we try to communicate and personalize needs, maybe there's some way, and with Mr. Harston and Ms. Thomas Gibson working with you, that we can come up with a way that we can get the word out. You want to help with case number 121, send your contribution to. Because I think everything is so impersonal. And if we can get those stories out without, you keep a record in a vault of who they are, but I think the community here is remarkable. And I think we should really get together and try and come up with some way, and whether we're allowed to do it through our KCLV Cable Channel 2, but that I think would be helpful. The other piece I did want to ask, is there any way we can get a spreadsheet of what the ask was? I know this is a joke, but what is the ask originally to the federal government of our needs? And then what have we been given for a 5-year history?
Oh, 5 years.
Because
yes.
obviously I know it's going down, it's been going down every year. And of course with a new president coming in and a new everything else, who knows what's going to happen. But I think if we could have that, just even a one-page, what the ask was from the city and what we were given. Or you already have it.
So, but we will get the 5 years for mayor and council. This is a one-year sheet for this current year that tells all the categories what our allocation is and how it was distributed to our community partners. So we do keep this each year. We'll do a combined tracking sheet and share that with council to cover
what our
5 years.
ask on need was, and then what we got, because I think that's the biggest key, is to watch what the federal government is doing, which means more, again, to us as the residents, how can we help? And when we're doing so much with Adopt a Pet, for heaven's sakes, these are human beings, and the suffering is so grand. And I think if we do it the right way, as allowed by law, that we can get a tremendous response. And so rather than giving your best friend or spouse or grandmother a gift, how about adopting case number 3 where dental work needs to be done? For Mother's Day. So we need to know what those are, and then we just need to get them out on a rotating nonprofit basis. So people that really want to do this, rather than just go to the store and buy another something, I think it could be phenomenal. So thank you so very much. This is awesome.
May I add to that, Mayor?
Yes, please.
First, let me thank all of you for your time and dedication to doing this. None of you get paid for this. So
Right.
you understand the value of what these organizations do in this valley and how they touch people's lives. And that's kind of what we enjoy doing as council members. We want to touch people's lives. But on behalf of the mayor and the city council, thank you all for your dedication and time devoted to doing this. The CDRB isn't really sexy board, you know what, but you guys do so much good in this community. And I want you to understand that we certainly appreciate all of your efforts to make these things happen. So thank you, Mayor.
Well, so well said. We do thank you and all your committee. And I will assure you that I sent out an email to my entire family of 16 saying, no Mother's Day gifts, I want donations. But they're deciding what charity, and so this is the place to augment CDBG grants. So I
Madam
love it.
Mayor.
Thank you all. And Councilwoman.
I also want to second what Councilman Ross said. It isn't sexy, maybe meeting after meeting, but I'll tell you what you do is, and you do a great job with this. I was looking at your special needs area, and I noticed that 4 out of the, and perhaps the majority of the money went for helping AIDS in some way or another. I wondered, is that because this is a more prevalent need this particular year, or you had more applications? Because I know, I work in the area of special needs, and I know that there are many that have a more diverse area. Did you not get many in other areas? Were these 10, the total 10 you got?
Correct. Yes, so the applicants are the applications that were reviewed are based on what was submitted. So yes, these are the entities that submitted for assistance.
So nobody else did. All right, I know a couple, maybe a few years back that applied and didn't obtain any. I noticed one of them did this year. So I guess you have to keep trying and then see what year, because maybe they could have gotten, the others might have gotten some this year.
Yes, and we also are providing technical assistance for any applicant who was not successful so that they can compete more successfully. It is open to everyone, every organization that would like to participate, but we have specifically invited not-for-profits that have not been successful in applying for grants.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you very much. And
So,
thank you
Mr.
again.
Harson and team, are you ready for us, or is there more you want to close up with? Are you ready for us to move through motions on each of these agenda items?
On this one, we'll take your motion for each of these items. Then what we'll do is on item 39, just approves the action plan, which takes this, puts it into the document, and sends it to DC. So yes, we're
You're
ready
ready?
for your, yes.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem, let's start with 34.
Let's move to approve agenda item 34.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 34. Please vote and please post. Unanimous. And agenda item 35.
Move to approve agenda item 35.
There's a motion on agenda item 35. Please vote and please post. Motion unanimously carries. 36.
Move to approve agenda item 36.
Motion on 36. Please vote and please post. Unanimously carried. And the 37, please.
Move to approve agenda item 37.
There's a motion to approve on agenda item 37. Please vote and please post. Also unanimous. 38,
Move to
please.
approve agenda item 38, Mayor and Council.
There's a motion on agenda item 38. Please vote and please post, also unanimously. And so to close this up, agenda item 39, discussion for possible action regarding the submittal of the City of Las Vegas fiscal year 2016-27 action plan that secures $9,189,301 in the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development and State Nevada funds, and $404,822 in carryover community development block grant and home funds. Reference all wards. And did you wish to ask anything, answer anything more, Ms. Thomas Gibson?
Nope, just for the record, Kathy Thomas Gibson, Manager for Office of Community Services. This is a requirement of HUD that you publicly acknowledge those recommendations and your approval of us adding it to the annual action plan. and the citywide strategic priorities, then you again confirm to HUD that those are still the priorities that you would like to acknowledge.
Okay.
Thank you, and therefore,
I would move to approve agenda item 39.
thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item number 39. Please vote and please post. And one more unanimous. Thank you all so
Thank
much
you.
for all that you do for the good of the city. It's beautiful, and as Mayor Pro Tem said, that you do it as volunteers is magnificent. Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Thomas Gibson and Mr. Harson. Thank you so much. Okay, we are now turning the meeting over to Mayor Pro Tem for the next items. We're going to start with 40, and then items 20 and 22 through 27 from consent. So I will give, the reason I'm doing this is because I gave my abstention before, and I will be back for agenda item 42 through 47. Okay, it's yours, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. This is agenda item 40, discussion for possible action regarding the approval of a change of condition of approval of a compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment cultivation, Acres Medical LLC, doing business as Acres Medical LLC at 2320 Western Avenue in Councilman Coffin's Ward 3. Ms. Duddleston.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. For the record, Karen Duddleston, Deputy Planning Director representing business licensing. This item before you today is requesting a change of condition number 3, which was to set their compliance permit for May 4th, 2016. At this point in time, Acres has confirmed to me, and I'll have them confirm that they do not have any changes in this compliance permit at this time. They do plan to go forward and develop this cultivation facility with the current ownership. With that assurance, staff would recommend approval of the change of condition 3 for the compliance permit, which would now expire November 4th, 2016.
Thank you. Please.
Brian Hardy with the law firm of Marquis Arbach Coughing on behalf of Acres Medical today. We affirm that we do intend to go forward, as we've talked about with Ms. Duddleston. We absolutely intend to do so, and we've reviewed staff's recommendation, would request the opportunity to move forward in that direction.
Okay. Councilman Coffin.
As I understand it, if I may ask you, Karen, so the action taken is almost, as I understood it yesterday, maybe no action, but in fact an action now to approve of with
Based on the
condition 3.
assurance that there is no changes in this compliance permit, staff would recommend a change of condition number 3, which is on the agenda item that you have in your book, to change the expiration date of this compliance permit to November 3rd, 2016.
And I so move. Thank you.
There's a motion to do exactly that. Please vote. And please post. And that motion passes with the mayor's abstention. Thank you. It passes. You're good.
Thank you so much.
I know we got one
We've got
more.
one more. If we can have 24 heard as well, since I've got everybody up
Yeah,
here.
let's pull 24 forward then, since you're standing there. Now, agenda item 24, for possible action to approve a change to a condition of approval of a compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment production, Acres Medical LLC, DBA Acres Medical LLC at 2320 Western Avenue. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Ms. Duddleston.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This land use is also still in place till later this fall. Staff recommends approved change of condition number 3, the compliance permit to expire November 4th, 2016.
Okay. Did you wish to put anything on the record?
Just want to make sure and note that we do have Ms. Morton and Mr. Mueller with us today as the client representatives.
Okay. Swell.
Thank you.
Councilman Coffin, and welcome, by the way, you guys. Thanks for sitting through the meeting all day. Councilman Coffin.
So we're, well, it's really a motion for approval, and you're not applying for an extension of time. Yeah, okay, that's my motion.
Okay, the motion is to follow staff's recommendation. Please vote. And please post. And that motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
We are moving back to agenda item 22 for possible action to approve a change to a condition of approval of a compliance permit for, did I miss one? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting one step ahead. Agenda item 20, abeyance item for possible action to approve a medical marijuana dispensary establishment license, Nuturex 2, LLC, DBA Nuturex at 1860 Western Avenue. This is in Councilman Coffin's ward. Ms. Duddleston.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This applicant has received their certificate of occupancy in April. Their construction is complete. They are pending all of their final inspections. They unfortunately could not open before the end of their land use time period. They have an extension of time before the City Council on May 18th. We would request that this license be obeyed till May 18th and be heard after the decision on the extension of their land use by the City Council.
Thank you, Ms. Duddleston. Councilman Coffin?
Does the applicant have any question or any disagreement about an abeyance?
Not at all.
All right, thank you very much. Then I now move for abeyance of this item to the next council meeting, May 18th.
Thank you.
That's the motion. Please vote. And please post. And that motion passes. Thank you very much. Now we will move on to agenda item 22. For possible action to approve a change to a condition of approval of a compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment dispensary, GB Sciences Nevada, LLC, doing business as GB Sciences at 921 South Las Vegas Boulevard, Suite 100. This is also in Councilman Coffin's ward. Ms. Duddleston?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. GB Sciences compliance permit also expires today, May 4th. They are requesting an extension of time on their land use that will be heard before the City Council on June 15th, 2016. The Council wants to consider this item. This is one of the applicants that has been in a court case. There was just one judgment handed down this week. I know that they are waiting for further information from the state. Staff would request an abeyance to June 15th so that this might be heard along with the extension of that land use.
Very good. Thank you. Sir?
Council members, Matthew Seibert from Moran, Brandon Bende from Moran for GB Sciences Nevada. If staff would like to obey this item until June 15th so it can be heard together, that's perfectly fine with us.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I will now move to obey this item to the June 15th meeting of the City Council.
All right. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. And that motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on to agenda item 23. For possible action to approve a change to a condition of approval of a compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment, cultivation, New Leaf CLV Cultivation, LLC, doing business as New Leaf CLV Cultivation, LLC at 1018 South Commerce Street. This is also in Councilman Coffin's ward. Ms. Duddleston.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This applicant is requesting an extension of their permit. They anticipate another 5 to 6 months of constructions. They have filed plans, but they have not pulled any building permits at this time. They have also filed an extension of their land use special use permit. It will be heard before the City Council on June 15th, 2016. If the council would like to consider this item, we would request an abeyance to June 15th, 2016, based on the outcome of that land use decision.
Thank you, Ms. Duddleston. Please introduce yourself.
Pui Premsret, Brown, and Premsret, 520 South 4th Street, on behalf of applicant New Leaf CLV Cultivation.
Do you concur?
We have no objection to the abeyance, provided that during the pending period, the compliance permits are still effective.
And I believe they will be.
I believe this just freezes the date of expiration today, that as long as the council obeys them,
Okay.
it's in the council's hands.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Premsret. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. There's a clear understanding on that now. So I will now move to obey this item to June 15th.
There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. That motion passes. Thank you very much. Good to see you. Now we are on agenda item 25 for possible action on a request to approve a change to a condition of approval of a compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment, Cultivation Boulevard Medical, LLC, DBA Boulevard Medical, LLC at 2900 Highland Drive, Building 20, Ward 1. This is Councilman Tarkanian's. Ms. Duddleston.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Boulevard Medical Cultivation is requesting a change of location. They have no land use at this point in time. Their land use on their current building expired last week. They could not file an extension of time due to a loss of lease, and have filed a new special use permit at a alternate location. If the council would like to consider that alternate location, that new application would be heard before the City Council July 20th, 2016. Staff would request an abeyance of this item to be heard with the new land use at that time. That would be July 20th.
Thank you very much. Ladies, introduce yourself.
Desta Collins, 1209 Nevada Blaze, representing the client, or the applicant.
Has McJorgensen from 6332 South Rainbow Boulevard, Suite 110 from Boulevard Medical.
Thank you very much. Do you ladies concur with Ms. Duddleston's recommendation?
Yes.
Yes. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
The request for an extension, I will move to approve, and then anything else follows from the consideration of the other land use you will seek. And I just ask you, please, to be sure for cultivation to have it in the appropriate type area.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Councilwoman. There is a motion.
If we could have a clarification, is that for an extension or for the abeyance?
Extension.
I believe
I'm obeying it to give it to the next time, which would extend it.
to July 20th.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Yeah, that's what it's for.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
It automatically includes that.
All right. There is a motion. Let's vote, and please post. And that passes. We'll see you soon.
Thank you very much.
We're on agenda item 27 for possible action to approve a change to a condition of approval of a compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment cultivation, Compassionate Team of Las Vegas, LLC, doing business as Compassionate Team of Las Vegas, LLC at 2601 Highland Drive. This is also in Councilwoman Tarkanian's Ward 1. Ms. Duddleston. Did I make a mistake?
Mayor Pro Tem, if I might clarify, just with the clerk, I believe we addressed item 25, which was cultivation for Boulevard. 26 is production.
We did. I keep turning the pages too quickly, so.
I just didn't want to get the votes out of sync here.
Okay. You guys are at agenda item 27?
Correct.
Okay. While you're up here, let's just get it done, shall we?
Perfect.
Thank you, Ms. Duddleston.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Item 27 is Compassionate Team of Las Vegas. This is a cultivation facility. They are also requesting a change in the expiration date of their compliance permit. This applicant also had their land use expire last week, and they have requested a new special use permit for a change of location. They found asbestos in the building that they had been working on, so they have made no progress at this point in time and have no permits from the city. They, if you would like to hear this application, we would recommend that it be obeyed to July 20th, 2016, to also be heard with the new land use application.
Okay, please.
Brian Hardy with the law firm of Marquis Arbach Coughing on behalf of Compassionate Team of Las Vegas. I have with me two of the owners, Paul Mashouf and Mario Sanchez. We accept the abeyance. We did find asbestos in the property, and so we had to locate a new property. We did immediately next door, and we've been able to move readily through that. We've already got an application on file in the system. We've been working with the planning department on those plans. Things are actually moving forward very quickly, and we've been working with Jonathan Boyles in planning. He's been phenomenal. I just give him credit for what he's been able to help us out to do.
Very nice. Thank you very much. Councilwoman? Councilwoman?
Yeah, no, oops, sorry. I would move to obey as recommended by staff.
Okay, there's a motion to obey to the July 20, 2016 meeting. Please vote. And please post. Keeping you guys hopping, aren't I?
We're moving.
That motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you,
now
Mayor
we'll go
Pro Tem.
back to agenda item 26, which we could have obeyed at the same time we obeyed 25.
Thank you.
For possible action to approve a change of condition of approval of a compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment production, Boulevard Medical LLC, DBA Boulevard Medical LLC at 2900 Highland Drive, Building 20, also in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Ms. Duddleston.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This is a companion item. This is the production facility within the cultivation facility for Boulevard Medical. Staff would again recommend an abeyance to July 20th, 2016, so it might be heard with the new land use application.
Very well, Councilwoman.
Move to approve to July 20th.
There's a motion. Please vote.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, it should be moved to obey.
Move to obey.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry I said that wrong again. Yes, to obey.
And please post. And that does pass. Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you, Ms. Duddleton. All right, moving on to agenda item 42 for possible action. Audit Oversight Committee, Greg Headley, term expiration 5/7/2016. Mr. Headley is eligible and wishes to be reappointed. The procedure for this committee requires appointment, reappointment by the mayor, and ratification by the city council. Options are reappoint Mr. Headley or appoint a new community at-large member to fill the seat and begin the 2-year term. Is there a motion to appoint Mr. Headley, reappoint Mr. Headley?
Move to appoint Mr. Hedrick.
There is a motion to reappoint Mr. Headley to the Audit Oversight Committee. What has to be the mayor? Oh, you have.
There's a motion to reappoint. Boy, is that a great, you passed the baton beautifully. There is a motion to, I make the motion to reappoint Mr. Greg Headley. So please vote and please post. The motion carries. Agenda item 43, for possible action, Board of Appeals, Doug Sartain, Eric Roberts, Rocco Prock, and Brian Woodward, term expiration May 16th, 2016. Options are reappoint Mr. Sartain, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Prock, Mr. Woodward, or appoint new members to fill any or all of these seats, and all 4 gentlemen are eligible and wish to be reappointed. Mayor Pro Tem, I understand you're prepared to make a recommendation.
I am going to reappoint all of these members, as a matter of fact, Mayor.
Yes, good.
Okay, that's my motion.
Okay, there's a motion to reappoint all 4. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 44 for possible action. Building and Safety Enterprise Fund Advisory Committee, Vanetta Appleyard, term expiration 4/2/2016. Ms. Appleyard is Director of Finance, and she currently holds the seat designated for Public Officer, who manages the fiscal affairs of the city. Appointments are recommended by the City Manager and approved by the City Council. The recommendation is to reappoint Ms. Appleyard. So may I have a motion, please?
That would be my motion, to reappoint Ms.
Okay.
Appleyard.
We're on a roll here. Please vote on agenda item 44 for Ms. Appleyard. And please post. And that motion carries. And so on to agenda item 45. For possible action, Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission, Lisa Sherman, term expiration 4/1/2016, Malcolm White, term expiration 4/7/2016, and Harry Lee, term expiration 12/7/2016, who has resigned. Ms. Sherman and Mr. White are both longstanding members of Parks and Rec Advisory Commission and hold 2 of the 3 seats representing the mayor's appointment. Mr. Lee served on the board since 2006 and occupied a seat representing Ward 6. The options are, I am to reappoint Ms. Sherman and Mr. White or name replacements for either of them, and Councilman Ross to appoint a replacement for Ward 6 to complete the term of Mr. Lee. So taking it first, I'm going to go ahead and reappoint Ms. Sherman and Mr. White. And therefore, you are
Going to express my appreciation to Mr. Lee for the years that he served on this board, and I would like to appoint Heather Doto to this board. She used to, years ago, was on my first year youth council, and now she's in her professional career now.
And how do you spell her last name?
D-O-T-O.
D-O-T-O. And has she been approached to do this?
Yes, she has, ma'am.
And is she excited to join
She's
in?
very excited.
Wonderful.
And she's a great asset.
So
looking
together, those are our motion and one.
That's a motion.
Okay, that's the motion. If you'll please vote and please post. And that motion carries. And agenda item 46 for possible action, Commission for the Las Vegas Centennial. Rossi Rollin Cotter, who's the head of the LVCVA, has had to resign. Mr. Rollin Cotter was originally appointed in 2003 and is no longer able to serve due to schedule conflicts and demands. He's recommending Mr. Hugh Sinnock, Vice President of Customer Experience with the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, to be named as his replacement, as he's been attending the meetings, all these meetings in Mr. Rollin Cotter's place for the past several months without ability to vote. The council may appoint a member to replace Mr. Rollin Cotter. And if there is any comment to that, if there is no effort to replace, I would then make a motion to appoint Mr. Sinnock. And that's my motion. Hugh Sinnock to replace Mr. Roland Cotter. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. Agenda item 47, for possible action, Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada RTC Advisory Committee on bus bench shelter construction and maintenance for Nell McNeil, term expired the 21st of January 2016, and Audrey Asselin, term expiration was April 1, 2016. Procedure for the board requires appointment by the City Council. Options are to reappoint Mr. McNeil and Ms. Asselin or appoint new members to fill either or both seats. And are they willing to continue service? Yes, they are. So anybody have any other suggestions? If not, I'll make a motion to reappoint. And that's my motion to reappoint Mr. McNeil and Ms. Asselin. Please vote and please post.
Madam Mayor, could I ask a question?
Motion carries. Yes, please.
On the appointment I now have for the Traffic and Parking Commission, I bring this up next meeting. It's not on the agenda, but it was on previous meetings, and we didn't have anyone.
We haven't been notified it's ready for the agenda, but we will talk to you after the meeting about it, and we'll get it on as soon as we can.
Oh, that's fine. And
Okay.
then if you'll also let me know if there's any others that aren't there that should be.
Absolutely.
Onto those. We did get, I wanted to say, we did get some very fine responses.
Oh, good.
A notice we sent out in our email letter, so that was good.
Well, it's fun. You get to meet great people. So good. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 48, recommended committee bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2016-24 for possible action ordinance creating special improvement district number 1521, Gowan Road, Durango Drive, proposed by Mr. David M. Bowers, Director of Public Works. Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to have the bill read?
Please, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Bill number 2016-24, an ordinance creating City of Las Vegas, Nevada, Special Improvement District number 1521, Gowan Road and Durango Drive, prescribing details in connection therewith and other matters relating thereto.
Move for approval, Mayor.
Thank you. There's motion to approve on agenda item 48. Please vote, please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 49, Bill number 2016-26. Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to have the bill read?
Please, Mayor.
Thank you. Bill number 2016-26, an ordinance to update LVMC chapters 20.04 and 20.08, pertaining respectively to the city's flood control master plan and flood hazard reduction and to provide for related matters.
Move for approval.
Motion to approve agenda item 49. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Recommending committee, bills eligible for adoption at a later meeting. Items 50 to 55, bills 2016-25, and bills number 2016-27 through 2016-31 will be heard at a later meeting. We will now move on to new bills. Whoops. Okay, agenda item 56, new bills. Items 56, 57, and 59, bills 2016-32, 2016-33, and 2016-35 will be heard at recommending committee on Monday, May 16th, 2016. Item 58, bill number 2016-34 will be heard at the following recommending committee, scheduled for Tuesday, May 31st, 2016. City Attorney, would you be kind enough to read all those bills?
I'll be happy to, Your Honor. Bill number 2016-32, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly stripe the land to be annexed to make it subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2016-33, an ordinance to amend the downtown Centennial Plan to authorize additional uses within the Arts District and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2016-34, an ordinance to authorize the establishment and operation of an occasional program by which fines for qualifying parking infractions may be by means of the donation of food items or children's toys in lieu of the payment of money, and to provide for other matters. And finally, bill number 2016-35, in order to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly stripe the land to be annexed to make it established subject to laws, obligations, of the city, and provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. These new bills, 2016-32 through 2016, are assigned to council members Barlow, Anthony, and Coffin, and to reiterate, bill number 2016-34 is going directly to the May 31st, 2016 recommending committee, with the remaining new bills being heard May 16th recommending. Thank you. Agenda item 60. SDR 62647, public hearing. Applicant Carolyn Tobin, owner Cardan Lindell North LLC, for possible action or request for a site development plan review for a proposed 10,304 square foot commercial building with a waiver to not orient the building to the corner where such is required on 4.01 acres located at 5550 West Sahara, C2, Commercial Zone, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. This is a public hearing. I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, I am.
Hello.
Travis Meilenberg with Ware Malcolm Architects, 8181 Via de Negocio, Scottsdale, Arizona.
Wonderful, thank you. Is there anyone wishing to be heard from the public on this item? Mr. Perigo, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Thank you. The subject site is currently a motor vehicle sales dealership, with the applicant seeking additional square footage through construction of a 10,304 square foot building in order to display and sell vehicles. Applicant has proposed a building that has met all minimum development standards in Titles 1908 and Title 1912. Therefore, staff is recommending approval.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman.
Could I ask, you did obey it a couple of times. Has there been any change you've made during that time?
Yeah, there were some minor changes. We just got the building a little bit closer to the corner, but still are maintaining all the setbacks.
But there was nothing that went beyond that you need a variance or anything for it?
With what? Sorry.
There was nothing that you did of which you were not aware that needed a variance or anything?
No.
Because we weren't told why you obeyed, so I just wanted to be sure.
Okay.
If that's the case, then I move to approve.
Awesome.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve an agenda item, where are we, 60? Yes, thank you. Please vote and please post. No, somebody's missing. Carried unanimously from those who were here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 61's been obeyed to July 20th. Yes? Okay, agenda item 62. Yes.
On this abeyance, I would just like to request planning to be sure to get in touch with the owner, and we would like to talk with him so we don't get these different stories. We get it right from the owner, okay, before we take it again onto council.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Councilwoman, we have taken that direction, and we will absolutely get in contact with them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, agenda item 62, RQR 62044, public hearing, applicant owner, Homeless Helpers, for possible action on a request for required review of an approved special use permit, SUP 57330, for an alternative parking standard to allow 4 parking spaces where 18 are required for proposed general personal service use at 204 Master Lane, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is a representative or owner here? Okay. Anybody wishing to be heard on this item? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Mr. Perigo or Mr. Lowenstein, do we have something?
Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Barlow.
what I'm going to do is make a motion for a 6-month review. There's some, yet still some concerns in the area.
So you're obeying or you're approving and saying 6-month review?
I'm going to approve with a 6-month review of condition.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I might clarify that, Condition 3 has that required review, and currently a business license was issued on March 24th, and so that 6 months would go through September 24th. And so if that's okay with you, Councilman, that meets the intent of hold another review, then that would occur in September, which is a little less than 6 months, but I think it accomplishes what you're asking to do.
Thank you. That'll be my motion.
Okay, and that's the motion. Please vote on agenda item 62. Subject to the conditions that were just made. And please post. There it is. Motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item 63, VAR 63092, public hearing. Applicant Ideal Foods owner Byron H. Hoops and Marion L. Hoops for possible action and appeal of the denial by the Planning Commission or request for a variance to allow a 0-foot rear yard setback where 20 feet is required for existing outdoor storage units on .41 acres at 3718 Vegas Drive, APM 139-19-812-1010. C2 General Commercial Zone. This is also in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow. Both the commission and staff recommend denial. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. And is the applicant or representative present? How do you?
Good afternoon,
Afternoon.
Mayor, City Councilmen, Tim Ayala, 4600 Sunset Road, representing the applicant this afternoon. First of all, I want to thank Councilman Mr. Marlowe. He sent his people there, Joe Michel. He went and saw the facility. This is a property where we provide with, this is an establishment that my client leased this property for 10 years, the way it is. This,
Can you, excuse me, can you pick up the overhead there on what,
can
there it
you hear
is,
me?
we can see, but I think it's, is that upside down? Yes.
Oh, it's upside down. Sorry.
Thank you very much. And then
Okay,
if
I'm
you'll
sorry.
explain what you're doing. And if you could pull the microphone up a little bit higher towards you, perfect, now we can see. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. What we have, they leased this property for 10 years, the way it is. And what we are doing here is processing food, giving food to the poor, giving food to the homeless. And the owner has these storage buildings. The fire department went over there, the ones in orange, that's why I'm pointing at you, if you can see them. They are in the back. This is the front, West Vegas Drive. This is the back. We have 4 units, as Councilman Barlow knows. You know, we have these 4 storage units where we have, yes, boxes. Boxes where we pack the food and we ship it. There is no fire hazard. There is no, we have building permits for that. They give us well, not building permits, but permits for that because they are temporary structures where they are not like permanent structures.
How long have they been in that location?
They just been, right now, it's gonna be like 8 months. And somehow they noticed the Councilman Barlow sent Mr. John Mitchell, and he, I don't know if he's here.
Yes.
But he went and checked the facility, and everything is up to code. The only problem is the setbacks. We don't meet the setbacks, but we meet the requirements of 50% overbuild the property, where we have 37%. And also, these ones, the fire department went over there. There is no fire hazard. There is no problems. And the thing is, we are ready. This industry, they put 6 freezers already that they cost like $1,200 to do that.
What's on the other side of the wall?
It's nothing. It's, the property is from Jorge Lopez, and he agrees with us. He doesn't have any problem with us.
He's on the north side of those
Yes,
temporary.
over here.
And
That's
you have a
correct.
signed statement from him that he doesn't mind?
No, but Mr. Joe Michel, the assistant of Councilman Barlow, he went over there and they don't have a problem with that. There is no problem with our storage. If you can see the storage right here, they are 9 feet high, 4 inches high.
No electricity, no
No
water in?
electricity, no
water?
nothing.
No
There is
water.
no living facilities, there is nothing, it's just storage. That's why it's like temporary structure, doesn't require foundation or anything. That's why we have these units just to store boxes, just boxes, as Joe Michel went over there. City Councilman Barlow is assistant, and he saw that everything is just perfect. It's very clean, very nice. We don't have any problem with the neighbors. I don't think the neighbors, they have any complaints. And I just respectfully ask you for your approval. And if you have any questions,
Thank you.
I will be happy to
Mr.
answer.
Perigo?
Thank you, Your Honor. The applicant is requesting a 0-foot rear yard setback for 4 existing 20 by 10-foot outdoor storage containers currently being used for outdoor storage. The applicant has provided no compelling evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance related to the site itself. As this is a self-imposed hardship created by the applicant, staff is recommending denial of the application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions before I turn it over to Councilman Barlow? Councilman Barlow?
Thank you, Mayor. And
Excuse me one second. I hope I closed. Was there anybody who wanted to be heard on this particular agenda item? I'll reclose the public hearing. Thank you, Mr. Councilman.
thank you. Everything that the gentleman shared, the representative, mayor, and council, he spelled it out very clearly and accurately in relation to the steps in which this has come before the council. And yes, my staff and other staff from the city of Las Vegas went out on, I believe it was last Thursday, to the site. And on yesterday, I took the liberty myself to go over and visit the site. I didn't meet with anyone, but I wanted to see the site also visually. And having done so, I looked at all of the properties in this surrounding area. And one thing that I can say is that the property is kept very clean. And I just wish that the property owners to your west, to your east, and to your north kept their property as clean as you've kept yours. And so that right there is a positive towards your establishment. I really like the fact that what you all are doing as a business is something that very commendable, to say the least. And although you have the issue with the setback of the storage buildings that are sitting right on the north property line, when looking at it on yesterday and looking at the width between the freezers and the storage, I believe it's well over close to maybe 8-9 feet, if not 10, in relation to the setback between the two. And so I don't have an issue with it, looking at it visually. And anything moving forward, it does look like, the entire back portion of this property is completely filled with equipment and storage. And I don't see how you can get anything else on this property in that regard. So I don't have a problem with moving forward with this. The only thing that stuck out to me, and maybe you can answer this question, is the big dumpster that's parked in the parking lot. What is that about?
The one over here is by code.
No.
No.
The front parking lot, when I drove there yesterday, there was a big box.
Somewhere around here, Councilman?
Yeah, right on the corner to the left. Yes.
Here?
It was a big container with a lot of debris in it. Is that a temporary box?
It's just always been there, but if you want us to enclose it, we can do that, if you will.
No, not enclose it. I'm looking for it to be removed. What is the purpose for the big?
Well,
Councilman Ross, help me out. The big steel, the big boxes that they put a lot of construction debris in, what is that
big
called?
transportation containers, we call them connexes.
Connexes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. What is that for? Why is that parked taking up a parking stall? What is that for? What are you doing with it?
Well, that container is to put all the residuals that they have. There is a special truck that comes and picks up those things like every other day, because what we are dealing is with food. So we need to remove those things, but as you can see, there is no smell. Everything is very clean. If you get into the facility, everything is top of the line. Cleaning, everything is clean. That's
So the
why we
boxes
have that
remove-
container to remove every residuals that we have from the food industry. that
So
we
it's dumped, how often is that?
Every other day.
Okay. All right. I'll continue to monitor that, and I see Chris Knight is here as well. If you come forward, Mr. Knight. Because Mr. Knight and I had a conversation regarding it for quite a bit of time spent on the phone. I appreciate you taking the call and also having your staff to go out and take a look visually so that we can appropriately protect the community moving forward. And so Mr. Knight and I came to the same consensus in regards to what they're looking to do and them as a business operator in the ward. And so I am going to move for approval, but prior to doing that, I want to hear from my building director, Mr. Knight, in relation to anything, should anything have changed since we last spoke.
Thank you, Councilman. I apologize for getting here a little late. I didn't hear Mr. Ayala's beginning of his presentation. The concern is with the 4 units in the back. It is my understanding that the owner of the property and Mr. Ayala are claiming that those 4 units are there legally and that they are exempt from the building code. What the building code says is that in a commercial area, an accessory storage building of 200 square feet or less is allowed by code and is exempt from permit. This has been interpreted by the owner of this to say that 4 accessory buildings would be allowed by code and be exempt from being required to have a permit. That would then mean that 800 square feet of accessory storage would be exempt from having a permit. And that is not the case. If you had a 800 square foot building, you would be required to get a permit. That provision of the code is not there to allow a circumvention of the code based on square footage and based on the number of buildings that you have to circumvent the building code. The whole intent is to allow one 200 square foot structure as an accessory building and to give 200 square feet of storage to an owner to not have to have a building permit. Beyond that, when you go over 200 square feet, 250, 210, 220, you must have a building permit. The reason for that is as you get a greater accumulation of storage material, you have a greater fire hazard, and you have to begin to look at things such as fire separation and other things. Be that as it may, those 4 buildings are there. And as I discussed with you on the phone, there is an 8-foot block wall on the north property line of this property. From a fire hazard standpoint, I'm not as concerned with just having a fire in those buildings and the fire spreading to other properties in a normal circumstance. What I am concerned about as the building official is those buildings, those 4 buildings, are not grounded in any fashion. In other words, they are not sitting on a foundation. They are sitting on a concrete slab. They are not attached to any foundation. They are not attached to that slab. Therefore, even though they may be fully loaded, you could have wind shear that would lift those buildings and move them. In the event of an earthquake, and we are in an earthquake zone, though we don't like to talk about it, but we are. In the event of an earthquake, those buildings could move. Those buildings have electrical service to them. When you have electrical service and those buildings move, you have the potential for fire. And in those unique circumstances, wind and an earthquake, then you have the potential for conflagration. The 8-foot block wall's not going to help you a lot because it's going to blow past over the block wall. It's going to tear the block wall's going to come down in the earthquake, and we're going to have a problem. So what I would ask is that your motion to approve, if you approve this, be subject to them hiring an architect and submitting plans to the building department on how they would anchor those buildings. I think they've circumvented the code, though I don't think we have an immediate life safety issue here. But I do think that they need to be anchored to the concrete platform and made safe in the event of a unique hazard that we would have, such as wind shear or an earthquake. And we will then look at our code, as I had discussed with you on the phone, and make it very clear so that someone, whoever interpreted it to mean, well, any 200 square foot building is going to be exempt, that they cannot circumvent that whoever told this owner that those buildings were exempt from code was just absolutely wrong. And that's not correct interpretation of the code. And we'll make it clear that that doesn't happen again. And because otherwise you could put 10 storage buildings on there and have 2,000 square feet of storage, and that's a totally different ballgame.
Very good point. And do you understand what Mr. Knight has explained?
Yes, Mr. Barlow. The thing with this thing, first of all, we haven't had an earthquake. Let's be real. Second one, these little buildings, we are using 20% of the use in the inside. Second one, as an architect, I mean, 8-foot wall, block wall, we have another structure like 50 feet away from the wall. We can raise, as you say, as he say, we can raise it 12 feet if you wish. We don't have a problem if you want to.
Okay. What I would like is for the structures to be anchored to the concrete. And so
we have a building permits already in place. So
you have building permits?
Yes, we do.
They have a permit for the electrical. They have no building permit for the buildings. The electrical was permitted as an electrical system for air conditioning, and it was permitted, and that is the only building permit they have is an electrical permit for the electrical work that was done. We've researched our records. We've looked at it. The electrical work is very nice, neat, clean electrical work, very professionally done.
Okay.
But there is no building permit for those four.
Okay. All right. So my motion would be that within 45 days that the 4 outdoor storage units must be anchored to the concrete. So how do I put that in a form of condition?
Sure, Your Honor. If I might, Councilman, and to the Mr. Knight too, the condition that's in there now, condition 2 reads, all necessary building permits shall be obtained and final inspections shall be completed in compliance with Title 19 and all codes as required by the Department of Building and Safety. So I believe that covers all of the things that Mr. Knight has brought up and what you're asking to have.
Excuse me, would you repeat that because they were chatting? I'm not sure he heard what's in there that you have said must be in there.
Sure, Your Honor.
Condition. And Mayor, I don't think we have a quorum. Sorry. Oh, okay, I see. I'm sorry. I didn't see him down there. We're good. I'm sorry.
Okay. Condition number 2, all necessary building permits shall be obtained and final inspections shall be completed in compliance with Title 19 and all codes as required by the Department of Building and Safety.
Okay. That's fine. All right. And so that'll be, excuse me one second. That'll be the, as Mr. Perigo, go ahead, sir.
So the one thing that we could add is all necessary building permits shall be obtained within 45 days. If you'd like to put the 45 days in there.
Yes.
And I think he added, unless it's inherent in there, that the 4 buildings be anchored to the slab.
I believe that would be covered under the requirement to pull the building permits and comply with the code requirements that Mr. Knight has talked about. So I believe that is covered in there, and I think.
And
Mr. Knight-
if it's not covered, I want to make sure for the record that, Mr. Knight, in the event, just covering our bases here, I want to make sure that the 4 buildings are anchored to the concrete.
Yes.
Okay? So that will be my motion with that additional condition. Okay? And you understand the conditions that's before you?
Yes, I just talked, I was chatting with Mr.
Okay.
Knight.
Do you,
What we're going to do is...
hold on one second.
Yes,
Hold on one
anchor
second.
the
Do you agree,
buildings.
do you agree to the conditions that I placed on the
Totally.
record? Okay.
Thank you.
So being that you agree to the conditions that are made on the record, you all can write that up. Chris, you understand what we're trying to accomplish here, and you understand the conditions that are placed before you. So at this time, Mayor, I'll move for a motion of approval subject to the conditions that have just been made. Thank you.
Just one point of clarification. If in 45 days those buildings are not anchored, we will ask code enforcement to have them removed? Is that your intent?
Notify you before you go to
Why
the
don't-
expense.
You know, then, this is what we can do. We can, opposed to the 45 days, why don't I just basically do a review of condition for 90 days.
90 days.
That way it comes back before the council, and if it's not done, then we'll take it from here.
Okay.
Okay?
Very
90
good.
days.
Your Honor, Councilman, if I could clarify that, so a 90-day required review, would you like that to be administrative or a public hearing before council?
Bring it back before council.
Okay, so there would be an added condition, required review within 90 days to council.
Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion, please vote.
You know what, Mayor, let me take that back. It could be administrative.
Okay.
It doesn't have to come back. Chris, you can take care of it. And you understand where we're going with this.
Sure, no
Okay?
problem.
There we
No
go.
problem.
It'll be administrative. Mr. Perigo, it'll be administrative.
Okay, so it will be required review
90 days.
within 90 days administratively by the Department of Building and Safety.
Thank you. That's my motion.
Okay, and then please post once Councilman Barlow gets in there. There we go. Motion carries. Thank you very much. So if something went awry, you would certainly notify Councilman Barlow, right? Before they're going to haul him off.
Your Honor, if they fail the required review administratively, then it immediately comes to council for consideration.
Thank you. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Councilman, we'll work with them to get it done. As my Secretary of the Month says, we got this. We'll take care of it.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Okay, agenda item 64, EOT 63677, applicant owner Church of God, Seventh-day English, for possible action on a request for an extension of time of an approval site development plan review SDR 52099 for proposed 4,945 square foot church house of worship with a waiver to allow a 9-foot landscape buffer along the portion of the east perimeter where 15 feet is required on 2 acres at 3523 North Jones, CV Civic Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Staff recommends approval. This item is not a public hearing, but is the applicant present or representative?
Yes, Your Honor. My
And
name is
your-
Jose Hernandez.
How are
and
you?
I reside at 6132 Mott Smith Street in North Las Vegas, Nevada.
Thank you very much. Mr. Paragon, whoops. Oh, okay, Mr. Lowenstein.
Madam Mayor, Peter Lowenstein, City of Las Vegas Planning Department. This is the first request for an extension of time of the previously approved entitlements. As the conditions have not changed in the area, staff is recommending approval of the request.
Thank you very much. Councilman,
Yes. We open public comment?
no public comment on this. This is not a public hearing.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mayor. What I'm going to do is, well, let me ask a question first. How much time are you looking for?
Well, we're hoping to get the plans done, the actual final plans done within the next 2 or 3 months. And then we're going to then start working on getting estimates for the construction. And then we got to work on getting the construction loan. So the reason we waited all this time is because we were working on the finances. So we finally got a lender that was willing to give us the loan. So we paid off with the loan that we have from this lender, it's Bank of Nevada, we paid off the private lender that we had, and the loan is only for a year, which will basically come due in December. So by December, I have to have, for the bank, the construction costs and everything, so that we can have everything ready to get the construction loan. So they're giving us, they gave us a temporary loan in knowing that we would be coming to give them the cost breakdown for a construction loan.
Okay,
So
I
I don't know
understand.
how much time then that
It's
would
okay.
require.
I understand. What I'm going to do is move for approval with a one-year extension.
Okay.
That'll give you more
So
through
that puts us
May of next year.
just
Okay.
generally May, City Clerk? Just general?
Madam Mayor, if I can clarify, the current condition in there says the site development review shall expire on March 5th, 2018, unless another extension time is approved by City Council. Do you
Right.
want to just
March-
revise that to?
It'll be March 18th or
March.
17th, 2017, whichever,
So we just revise it to 2017 instead of-
2017.
So that condition should just reflect March 5th, 2017.
That'll be it?
Ms. Holmes, yes? Yes.
Okay.
Agreed to?
Yes.
Okay, so that's your motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, there's a motion, please vote, and please vote.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
You said that before even we
I do have a
posted.
question, Your Honor, if I may?
Yes, well, let me see the vote. We have to see what
Hold on, we have to
happened
vote first. Sorry, sir.
here. We voted, and the answer is unanimous. So, now
Okay.
your question, sir, please.
Yes. Okay, one of the things that we're doing now that we're working on getting the actual final plans is that we've noticing that there's some things that we have missed in the original plan, which might extend the size of the building from what we had before. Would that mean that I would have to come back to another hearing for design review, or do that work that administratively?
Well, what I'll ask you to do is work it out with our Director of Planning, Mr. Perigo here, and when you have those plans, bring them to him, to his office, and he'll provide you his contact information, and then he'll be able to direct you as to whether or not it will stay within the bounds of what you currently have, or if in fact you have to go back through the planning process as far as the public notification, planning commission, and then forward it to the city council. So he'll be able to walk you through that process. So you should make sure that he becomes your best friend within the next 12 months.
And that's Mr.
Perigo, Tom Perigo. All right?
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
And Mr. Perigo, do you happen to have a business card for this fine gentleman? Oh, look, he may have one. He's deep into his bag, but there's nothing there. Mr. Lowenstein, do you have a card?
Why don't we just go old school, Mayor, and just write it on a piece of paper?
That's absolutely brilliant.
You know,
And
when
Ms. Fretwell?
technology breaks down, just,
There.
right.
Yours? Was that yours? Ms. Fretwell, could you please give Mr. Perigo a small raise so he can get his own business cards? Yes. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 65. DIR 63933, applicant owner, the Howard Hughes Company, LLC. For possible action, a required review of a biannual development report is required by Section 1101 of the Summerlin West Development Agreement, generally located west of the I-215 Beltway and north of Charleston Boulevard, Ward 2. Councilman Beers, what are you up to? Staff recommends approval, and this is not the public hearing, but is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, my name is Julie Cleaver. I'm Vice President of Planning and Design at the Howard Hughes Corporation, 10801 West Charleston Boulevard.
Thank you. It is not a public hearing. Mr. Perigo, do you want to make some comment before we move forward?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The Planning Department has reviewed the submitted development report, and we've determined that the owner is currently in compliance with the requirements of the Summerlin West Development Agreement. We recommend approval of the 2-year development report as submitted.
Thank you very much. Any comments, questions by anybody before we go back? Do anything you want to add?
Not at this time. I will say that one of the things we're very, very excited about is that we got the Vistas Community Center and Pool open, and we opened that about 3 weeks ago. The pool was open last weekend. It's going to be running through the summer, 7 days a week. It'll take some of the burden off of existing pools in the city, and the residents of the Vistas are very excited, and so are we.
Where physically is that pool? Off of what and what?
It's,
Major crosses.
yeah, it's right next to Gibbons Elementary School.
And are they using it too?
Well, it's for Summerlin residents, so I'm not sure how the pool itself, that's how that works. But the community center, that is, that's open for, we usually use that for HOA facility, anything like that, HOA meetings, whatever. They just have to call Summerlin Council and reserve a time, so. But I think just to finish the park with the community center-owned pool was something that we've been working towards, and we're very excited about being able to do that.
Great. Wonderful. Okay, Councilman Beers.
And I would also just add that as you drive into town from Red Rock Canyon, you'll see a very large building off into the distance south, or north, I'm sorry, which is in the middle of Summerlin West. That is I think initially K-8 school that will be open this fall. And that will provide some significant relief for residents up there who are going through what, in fact, I went through when I moved into Summerlin North 21 years ago, which is that for the first year, our child was zoned 9 miles away because the local schools were full. That next summer, Richard Bryan Elementary opened, and that alleviated Lummis, and she got to go to her neighborhood school for the
Are you going to have
third grade.
courts? Pickleball
I don't know
courts?
if I didn't see any pickleball courts. We went up and toured it last week. That pool is nice, and it's also a very nice public-private partnership between the school district and Summerlin as well, because that parking lot turns out to be, it would be a total disaster for dropping off and picking up kids without the use of the parking lot of that rec center.
Excellent.
And so it makes a nice turnaround in it. Good community stuff.
I probably saw you then. Were you at the opening of Richard Bryan School with your children? When all the
No,
parents were
because
supposed
our
to be
kids
there?
were zoned for Lummis.
Well,
After
you were
that.
zoned for
We were
Lummis.
further west.
Well, I was there too. Did you?
I know.
Great school.
Thank you for your service, Councilman.
Okay,
So do we have
yours.
a motion here? I would move approval.
Okay, there's a motion to approve on agenda item 65. Please vote and please post. And thank you for coming down.
Thank you
I
very
hope you
much.
didn't spend the whole day.
No.
Good. And it's
Thank you.
unanimous. Thank you. It's unanimous because I know Councilman Ross, Mayor Pro Tem, would like to vote in the affirmative.
So for the record,
For the record, please make me an affirmative on that vote.
Thank you very much. And now we'll move on to agenda item 66. Instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the city planning commission meetings in dangerous building or nuisance litter abatements.
thank you.
Done. Okay. Citizen participation. Citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the city council. No subject may be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? You have to come down and come to the microphone, please, and state your name. We don't need an address, just name. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Anthony Casabianca, Council. Good afternoon. Yes.
Afternoon.
That last agenda with the resident, with all the reasons, because I have to move again. Yeah, so I'm working with Councilman Coffin's office with Felipe, and I have my family in the apartment now, and the landlord just decides to tell me, get out. I took the rent this month, and I've excuse me, I'm upset. Stating that he said that I can't have my family in there, and he's telling me if they want my family, I just paid the rent. He accepted the rent, and now he's telling me to get out next month. Mind you, I've been here 6 years. I've had 50 apartments already.
Wow.
Yes, it's totally ridiculous. I mean, I'm working, like I said, with Councilman Coffins. I call your secretary from time to time. But it's just, you see what happens is, that last agenda you had here, that was perfect. If we could work with that, it would help the public so much, because they're telling you one thing, and then they're like lying to you, and then they're lying to us. Because when I go, it's a form of like discrimination. You go there, like hypothetical scenario, you go there, and one of your board members are there, they're fine. You'll see a lot of people, as soon as you leave, boom, they're back to the, well, now Catholic Charities, mind you, I have a lease agreement, I have a rent receipt, right? I go there, they deny me food because I don't have it's stamped. Or, well, or if I don't have a letter stating it.
Okay. Mr. Ortiz,
Yeah.
Councilman,
Oh,
can
yeah,
you
here he is. Yep.
continue to assist here,
I
please?
explained it to him.
Can you continue to be of help to this gentleman?
Good afternoon, Mayor Felipe Ortiz, for the record. I've been working with Mr. Anthony Casabianca probably for a year now, and he has a lot of issues that he has not been able to resolve. Many are not his, but we're trying to work through that. And actually, I committed to go to speak to his landlord tomorrow.
Excellent.
Tomorrow in the afternoon, so we can try to resolve his living situation.
Thank you so much. He is such a dedicated man and a compassionate soul. So he will, when he says he's going to do it, he's going to do it. So,
Yes.
okay.
Thank
you
Mayor.
for coming down.
Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
and Mom says, hi.
Thank you. To
Yeah,
her too.
okay.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come to the microphone. Okay, I will close public comment, and we'll move on to agenda item. Pardon? Was there somebody? Oh. 68, and council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. Any member of council who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda. Councilman Beers, you're a starter today.
Thank you, Your Honor. Last night, Ward 2 residents Matt and Joan Dorman posted a picture that they'd taken on Facebook. We're trying to get it shown up on the screen here. I don't know if we're going to succeed. There it is.
Ooh, what is that? His toes in a fireplace?
Mr.
Are those
Dorman,
yours?
Mr. Dorman and his wife just bought this place a couple months ago and have
Beautiful.
liberally sprayed elbow grease around his backyard. And he took that picture. I asked if I could post it to highlight the rigors of Ward 2 living. And so he and Joan kindly agreed.
Is that
I think
beautiful?
that's a great shot. We're going to do a coffee with Councilman at the Coffee Bean and Tea Leaf 2 days hence, this Friday morning. We'll be there from 7:30 to 9 o'clock. That is the Coffee Bean and Tea Leaf by the Costco out on West Charleston. Hope to see you there. We are the Ward 2 Complaint Department, so bring your complaints with you, and we'll see what we can do to resolve them. If that's a little early, and for some folks it is, we do offer beers with beers, although this time it's a little bit different.
Oh,
This time it's beers with beers and Tarkanian.
wow, you're drinking.
Councilwoman Tarkanian and I went out and toured the new PT's Brewery right across from Mountain View Hospital a couple of weeks before it opened, and it was pretty cool. So we decided we were going to schedule a beers with beers and Tarkanian, and that's the story. 3101 North Tenaya Way. It'll be 5:30 to 7:30 on Tuesday, May 17th, and look forward to visiting with residents of Wards 1 and 2 on that evening. We're going to have a shredding party on Saturday, May 21st, 10 to noon. That'll be at the Vets Memorial Leisure Services Center. And there's technically a 5-box limit per customer. But it is known that on those shredding party days, I get so enthusiastic about the public service that we're doing that I lose my ability to count.
That's right.
It's really weird. But anyway, that's the story, and there's the location, and there's the date and the time. Do bring your stuff by. We've just passed through another tax deadline, so you should have an old box that you can have shredded. We're going to have a dive-in pool party at the Vets Memorial Leisure Services Center swimming pool. That's going to be a fine way to end your day of shredding and spring cleaning. The movie we're going to be watching is Flushed Away, and that is a swim, watch a movie, $4 to get in. There's light refreshments as long as supplies last, and it ought to be an awful lot of fun. It's kind of busy in Ward 2. We do have two more items, sort of. That's on this day in music history. It was 59 years ago today that the Alan Freed Show premiered on ABC. I don't know how many people remember this, but this was the first primetime network rock and roll show. He was a disc jockey at WJW in Cleveland, Ohio, and he actually invented the term rock and roll, and that is today why the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is located in Cleveland, Ohio. And that does bring up another May 4th related music event, not such a happy one. It's the 46th anniversary today of the Kent State shooting, which inspired the Neil Young song, Ohio. That was 46 years ago, Your Honor. And that, of course, inspired the famous Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young song, Ohio, which they recorded 3 weeks later. And that's all we have from Ward 2, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. How are we doing? You had a big day today, Councilman Anthony. Is there anything left?
Just one item, Mayor. The first annual National City Council meeting officially kicked off last night at a special council meeting at the City of Henderson. This inaugural event, spearheaded by City of Henderson Mayor Andy Hafen, encourages city councils to discuss items that are shared concerns for Nevada communities. Today, we join members of the National League of Cities and Municipalities supported by the National League of Cities by taking part in the conversation. I'd like to share two priorities the City of Las Vegas has taken a position of support on and adopted in our federal agenda over the last few years. Other city councils across Nevada will also be mentioning these items. Earlier this year, we thanked the Nevada Congressional Delegation for passing the FAST Act. On December 4th, 2015, this important piece of federal legislation ensures support for federal transportation projects over the next 5 years. The City of Las Vegas is grateful that Congress took action on passing long-term transportation legislation, and we hope over the next few months Congress will fully fund the program. Additionally, the City of Las Vegas continues to support closing the online sales tax loophole. The United States Senate has passed a bill addressing this issue, and we encourage the House of Representatives to do the same. Both items have been in our federal legislative agenda for the last several years, and this council has approved them annually. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it is true because the 5 mayors of Southern Nevada get together on a regular basis, but this is the Nevada League of Cities and the National League of Cities. So that's really important stuff. Okay, Councilman Coffin, the floor is yours.
He has taken his seat.
I see that. He has picked up and gone. Okay, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor.
He did take his chair.
The announcements for, right, Councilman Coffin not only left, but he took his chair, literally. The City Council Ward 5 final announcements, May 1st through the 7th, in recognition of Public Service Recognition Week, May 1st through 7th, I would like to take this time to publicly recognize our City of Las Vegas employees for their hard work and dedication for providing exemplary service to residents and businesses in the City of Las Vegas. This week is set aside by the President of the United States and the U.S. Congress annually to honor the hardworking men and women in our municipal government. So congratulations to the men and women in the City of Las Vegas for the great work that you do each and every day for the citizenry here in the City of Las Vegas. On May 12th, Coffee with the Councilman. Tomorrow, please join me for coffee, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. for coffee and conversation. This event will take place at Starbucks, located at 1925 North Martin Luther King Boulevard at the corner of Mount Moriah. So come out tomorrow and join me for coffee with the councilman. Next, on May 14th, the Eldorado Days are back, ladies and gentlemen. Eldorado Parade applications are now available online. The Eldorado Parade is scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. in downtown Las Vegas, Saturday, May 14th. The parade route will be 4th Street. Now, this is interesting, Mayor and Council. There is no fee to enter the parade. However, if you are a high school band, you will receive $1,000 toward your band for participating. That is pretty good.
Really?
$1,000 for participating.
That was initiated by the city council and mayor to get and drive competitions so the high school bands, once again, go back and do what they used to do.
Right.
But this is to help them figure out how to get those wonderful floats going and get them organized. And I understand we've had some pretty good response.
It's a pretty good response.
Yep.
I would respond as well. I may go put on some tight shorts and grab someone's tuba.
Oh, God help us.
Well, it's better than wearing that skirt that Councilman Ross wears.
That is true.
But not only that, Mayor, but also high school groups that build a float will receive $1,500.
Yes.
Wow. So that's pretty significant.
And we need bands, too, lots of bands.
So lots of bands.
Could get $2,500.
So one school could receive literally $2,500 for participating in Eldorado Days.
How do you like that, folks?
Kudos to you, Mayor. Good job. Yeah. On May 21st, spring into your community, the Durfeld Senior Center will be hosting a spring event at the Durfeld Senior Center located inside of Lorenzi Park. The morning will be filled with a variety of senior and youth activities, educational classes, and fitness programs. There will also be entertainment and food while supplies last. For more information, please call 229-6601. And of course, you may always follow me on social media, on the various social media platforms, whether it be Facebook, Twitter, or just logging on to my website at lasvegasnevada.gov/Ward 5, or just reach out to my office, 229-5443. And that ends the announcements for Ward 5.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman.
All right. We all know that NDOT had its groundbreaking for Project Neon, which is the I-15 expansion between Sahara and the Spaghetti Bowl. Now, however, and this is very important, NDOT is hosting a public meeting on Thursday, May 12th, from 4 to 7 p.m. at the historic 5th Street School at 401 South 4th Street. The presentation that they will make will begin at 5:30. They will have some graphs and things along that line, but also will be available to answer questions. And I encourage all those in Las Vegas who use the freeways, but particularly those residents of Ward 1, to attend, since this construction project is scheduled to occur over the next 3 years, and it impacts our ward highly since it runs almost totally parallel for its length to our Ward 1. So please come on that date. I think it's very important that we learn as much as we can. And many people don't realize, they think, well, what changes can I make? But I've been at those meetings, I've seen people who have made suggestions, and the suggestions were incorporated. The problem is you can't wait too long, because then they pass the point where they can't make the changes. And it's true, I'm going to have Bob Beers and I attending the PT's Brewery on Tuesday, May 17th, from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. It's a great way, he tells us, to meet informally to discuss neighborhood issues. The brewery is located across the street from Mountain View Hospital at 3101 North Tenera Way. I asked them if they're going to brew all that beer, and I saw those big, open places, iron, steel.
barrels.
Those barrels, yes. And I said, could you leave one for root beer? But they didn't go for that. They just wanted the beer. So we'll go along with that. But I do want to thank Councilman Beers for showing us that beautiful picture of the feet before the fire. We don't often get to see that in Wards 1, 3, and 5. And to see just a glimpse of Camelot gives us a warm feeling inside.
You are so good and such a devil with that. Honest to God. Just shoves it right there all the time.
Also, the City of Las Vegas is hosting a business outreach and workshop event in Ward 1 on Thursday, May 26th, from 8 until 1 p.m. at the Charleston Heights Arts Center at 800 South Brush Street. As a business owner or a manager any place in the city, you may have wondered how you can do business with this city or how you can improve the way you're doing business. And the city's there to offer any help they can give. So this is an opportunity to meet with city decision makers and access resources. It's a free event, but an RSVP is required at www.lasvegasnevada.gov/purchasing. And then for fun, we have our 13th annual Float Like a Duck. It's taking place in a Heinrich YMCA at 4141 Meadows Lane on Saturday, May 28th from noon to 4 p.m. It's lots of fun. We usually have some safety tips there and some safety resources. And there'll be games, prizes, water safety activities, and some foods as long as the foods last. Children ages 16 and younger must be accompanied by a parent or a guardian. And I'd like to ask those who watch this, if you want more information on what's taking place in Ward 1, please check out my latest Access City Council show on www.kclv.tv. My first guest was RTC General Manager Tina Quigley, who will talk about the RTC's partnership with Waze, which is a program to help residents navigate around roadway projects. So all of those who complain that, you know, when your yard floods a little, or there are sewer problems, and they don't want any work done, and then when you have a big rain and everything's a mess, know that that's why we have to have that road work done. And this is a way that that the RTC is trying to help people avoid problems. The second guest was Helen Mortenson, who's president of the Las Vegas Ice Age Park, and shares her knowledge on paleontology and the efforts to preserve and celebrate it here in Las Vegas. And as Councilman Ross said earlier, it's wonderful if you can go out there and touch actually and close your eyes and just think you're right there with those dinosaurs at that time. The 14th Annual Nevada Track and Field School Games will be held on May 5th and May 6th at Bonanza High School. More than 1,750 special education student athletes from Clark County, that includes about 950 elementary school students and 800 middle and high school students, are anticipated to compete in the track and the field events. And I'll be there at 9 o'clock to help kick off the events, and anybody else who wants to have a good time, they can come and join us Friday morning.
Great. Wonderful. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, you go.
Thanks, Mayor. As I listen to our fellow council members talk about the things they're doing in their respective wards, and Councilman Barlow, you'll appreciate this too. In the LVCVA, it's said that, you know, we have more things that go on in our city in 1 week than go on in an entire city in a year. And so I'm exhausted just listening to what my colleagues are doing. And Councilman Barlow, I want to point out too, not only is the parade on Saturday the 14th, but Eldorado Rodeo teamed up with PBR and Last Cowboy Standing. That'll be going from May 13th to the 15th, so that's a great opportunity.
And isn't that out at...
That's down on the south end of the Strip, across the street from Mandalay Bay. And Ward 6 announces that is a picture of our first movie in the park. And we were pretty full to capacity by the time the movie got started. So that's at the Centennial Hills Amphitheater. And speaking of movie in the park, and continuing our series of movies throughout the summer, our next movie is May 13th, Hotel Transylvania 2. So expect a large crowd for that, certainly as the weather warms up. That is at the Centennial Hills Amphitheater, 7101 North Buffalo Drive. So that's going to be a fun night for us. Also some healthy things going on out in Centennial Hills. It is the 2016 Senior Health Fitness Day plus Health Fair, Wednesday, May 25th at 8:30. Check-ins at 8:15. This is free to anyone who would like to come out there, join the Centennial Hills Active Adult Center and the YMCA for a day all about fitness, health, fun. So come on out and enjoy yourselves there. And Mayor and Council, our continued relationship with Nevada Child Seekers. We do have a missing young man. His name is Brennan Ure. He's 16 years old, 6'2", 160 pounds, hazel eyes, brown hair. He was last seen in the area of Eastern and Pebble around April 30th. Last seen wearing a blue hooded sweatshirt and blue jeans. If you have any information leading to this young man's whereabouts, please contact the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, 702-828-3111, or Nevada Child Seekers, 702-458-7009. And we actually do find these kids and bring them back.
I'd like to hear that. I'd like to
We
hear
do.
reports that we're successful.
We do.
I mean, this young man needs to be in school and graduate. You need to get back home and just get to a place where you're comfortable, and so we can get you back to school.
No, they give me reports that we
Good.
find these kids, and a lot of
Please
it,
let us
some of
know.
them, because of this broadcast, they see them on TV. So
Good.
anybody knows where this young guy is, let's get him back where he needs to be. And anyone needs to get in touch with me, that's always easy. You can always find me at www.lasvegasnevada.gov/Ward6 on Facebook, on Twitter. The old-fashioned way, pick up the phone and dial 702. Dial. Does anyone dial anymore? 702-229-6154, and that's my email, councilman-s.ross@lasvegasnevada.gov, and we'll get you to what you need, because we're the complaint department
Okay.
also. Thank you,
Well,
Mayor and
That's
Council.
what we do. All right, so all of my items. Number one, this has been Teacher and continues to be Teacher Appreciation Week. So appreciate your teacher wherever you're in school, please. It is also the National Military Service Appreciation Month, and our little building here is going to be red, white, and blue at the end of the month for on Memorial Day. And then this Saturday, at 7 o'clock in the morning, I'll be there. We begin the Susan G. Komen March for the Cure for breast cancer and cancer. And so please come on downtown. We'll be at the 3rd Street stage probably at 7, then move over to Las Vegas Boulevard, and I never get the streets right. Doesn't matter. You'll find us. Just follow the crowds. And that's this Saturday. Of course, Sunday, love your mother, for heaven's sakes, and make sure you at least call her if she isn't here, and don't forget your grandmother either. And then beyond that, El Dorado, you've mentioned, the parade is coming, and that's so exciting for us downtown, everything we're doing. Hello, Mayor. I've been having this program now the third Monday of every month, and we talk about issues bringing in. In fact, we've had Tina Quigley, and we've had some of our charitable groups in, and we've had our fire official, and we've had the sheriff on, and we've had faith leaders in. So it's very informative, and it's also fun. So that's at 5 o'clock on the third Monday of the month, or just check our website and look for Hello Mayor. That's the name of the program. And then May 18th, believe it or not, that's so close, 2 weeks away, and we'll be back here greeting you all, and again, with great applause to all of our staff, especially our tech staff, everybody that has a job, except for poor Mr. Paragon needs a raise so he can have his own business cards. And so we thank you all, and just hope that you have a safe, wonderful time. It's going to be hot today, and I understand the winds are coming back. So City Council colleagues, thank you so much for all that you do and answering all the problems. Have a great weekend when you get to it, and thank you all, and of course our clerk's office always for keeping us in line. Thank you.